Any?
I now call this meeting of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education to order. I would like to remind everyone that this meeting is hybrid and that some of our presenters and audience may join by Zoom. Ms. Ozinski, may we have a roll call, please?
President Feaster.
Here.
Trustee Schmidt.
Present.
Trustee Mohammed.
Here.
Trustee Wilkins.
Here.
Trustee Wilkes.
Present.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Present.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. Trustees, you have received the agenda. Are there any changes?
I do have a couple of items that I would like to add to the agenda.
Trustee Wilkerson.
So we did remove the designated groups policy from consideration tonight, and we received some additional information and clarification today. So I would like to add that back to the agenda. I would also like to move the closed session up below the informational section, so before second briefing.
Hold that thought one. All right.
So, number 7?
Correct.
So you'd like the closed session to be after information but before second briefing?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. President, if I may ask, is that okay with our attorneys? Would they, because I don't know if someone's coming in additional or...
I saw Mr. Comsa here. He's there. Is that a problem for you, Mr. Comsa?
Oh,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
President Feaster, clarification again, where do we want to move up the, move that item?
So my understanding from Trustee Wilkerson is that he is asking to add the designated groups vote that would have been under second briefing that had been removed earlier today back to the agenda under second briefing at number 7.
Okay.
And then he would like to move the closed session that is scheduled for the end of the, under number 9, the end of the meeting, up in between number 6 and number 7.
Okay.
So it would be new number 7.
New number
So it would
7.
be a recess to closed session rather than adjourn the
Correct.
meeting. So recess and then come back.
So it'd be recess after number 6. We would recess to close session, making that the new number 7. And that would move everything else down and make second briefing now number 8.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
And then trustee, if I may.
Yes, Trustee Baskin.
So, Trustee Wilkerson, are you proposing that the discussion regarding the designated groups be item E or item F? Are you adding it after E or before?
I think either way is completely appropriate.
May I ask that we then make it item E, and then make the new policy 1310 item F?
Okay.
Are you agreeable, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So that's a
Thank you for that
friendly
support.
friendly amendment, I suppose?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And then one additional item, we do have some special commentary this evening, and we have a presentation that was provided to be presented tonight. I would like to incorporate that presentation as well.
You mean the slides?
Yes, the slides for presentation.
Okay. Ms. Ozinski, should those be 2 separate motions, or can we do those as a bulk?
You do it all.
Okay.
Yeah, as proposed.
Okay. So that is a proposed motion.
Second?
It's supported by Trustee Schmidt. Discussion.
Go ahead.
Trustee Muhammad.
Just to clarify again, where is the 1300 policy going to be placed on the agenda? Just under second briefing?
Letter E, and current E will become letter F.
Okay. And then you said, Trustee Wilkerson, that we had some clarification. I don't know what clarification you're referring to.
I assume that will be discussed in closed session.
So it's a closed session.
That's
okay.
So I think that's why he's moving the closed session forward.
Okay, because I haven't received anything that maybe I have. I have to look.
Okay. All right. So it's been moved by Trustee Wilkerson, supported by Trustee Schmidt. We started discussion. Further discussion. Trustee Wilkins.
I'm still getting around this. So if it's added to second briefing, then we're discussing it. That doesn't mean that we're voting on it. It means we're discussing it. Is that right?
I believe we can discuss it and then vote on it too.
Normally, it would, at a second briefing, you would vote on it.
Okay.
We would vote on it.
So it sounds like Trustee
If the
Wilkerson
board so
Would
chooses.
vote on it.
is asking that we move it there for discussion and vote if we see fit. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Whatever the will of the board is related to the vote itself.
Would it be in a different place if it was just for discussion instead of?
It would not be in second briefing, I don't believe.
It would go under board action.
Yeah, and I don't see it there. That's why I'm asking.
We can always move things.
Yes,
Yeah.
it can
Board
be moved
action.
anytime by the board.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow as well. I see your face.
Well, I came in here today
Yes,
wanting to move the vote on policy 1300,
we had already done
wanting
that.
to table or postpone
Yes,
or not vote on it tonight.
yes.
The equity committee has asked for some more time. I think some more time should be spent on the language if we are doing it.
Yes.
So I don't know officially where do I put that, or do I
Part of the
Do we-
discussion.
Yeah, so, yeah,
do
that's
we
what,
not do I vote against this thing and then I propose something else?
you can vote against
Or an
this.
amendment.
And if this does not pass, you can propose something different. If
Okay.
it does pass, then you can also raise your concerns when we're just having discussion under second briefing.
Okay.
Trustee Muhammad.
So, and also we can propose a friendly
Friendly
amendment.
amendment, yes.
So I'd propose that we do not vote on it tonight. So just to have it at second briefing is fine for us to discuss. But I don't think it's really fair for us to take it off the agenda, having people telling me that it's not going to be voted on, and then put it back on the agenda. I don't think it's fair for the public, for the groups. And honestly, they probably changed their minds to come here maybe and present. So I would say it's fine to discuss, but I would ask for a friendly amendment to not vote on it tonight.
Trustee Wilkerson, Trustee Muhammad has made a friendly amendment to have it under second briefing, but not to vote on it.
Yes, so I don't accept that amendment.
Okay. Trustee Muhammad.
The other thing is, I don't even know if we have enough information, because we're supposed to be, I mean, hopefully, as far as second or for closed session, I don't recall getting any update today, and I was in clinic all day, so I don't think it's really fair for us, like myself and maybe others, being blindsided when this was taken off and then put it back on, and we still haven't been briefed. So honestly, I feel like this is being rushed in something pretty significant like this, where it is going to impact a lot of people and further disenfranchise people. So this is not a good move or a good look for us.
Thank you, Trustee Muhammad. Any other discussion, trustees? Seeing none, we have a motion to re-add the designated groups to second briefing as letter E, and to move closed session forward to new number 7. And the second part of your motion, I lost it, I'm sorry.
Adding the
Add the
presentation to
slide.
Oh, and allowing the
the PowerPoint.
PowerPoint presentation by the Jewish American Heritage Month in Ann Arbor Public Schools under public commentary. Under special commentary. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask Ms. Ozinski for a roll call, please.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Trustee Basquette.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
President Feaster.
No.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad.
No.
Trustee Wilkins.
No.
Motion carries.
Okay. And I believe that brings us down to...
So I have another change.
Yes. Any other changes? Trustee Muhammad.
So I would like to add for under board action for us to approve those board designated groups. I want to add that under board action. And that includes the Jewish group, the Muslim group, and the Aspire group, because we have not addressed this in public.
So moved by Trustee Muhammad under board action to approve the 3 outstanding groups.
Yes.
Okay. Is there support?
Oh, trustee, I'm sorry, President Feaster, I think it's probably more proper to say proposed or a group of requests.
Excuse me. Yes, you're right. It's moved by Trustee Muhammad to approve the 3 proposed groups for designation.
Is this time for discussion?
First, it has to be supported. It's
I
just
support.
supported by Trustee Wilkins. Now there's discussion.
I frankly don't feel prepared to approve any groups. I know nothing about the current groups that are requesting to be approved. I haven't seen any documentation. I know that I believe these groups have requested board designation, I guess, about 18 months ago. I was not on the board 18 months ago. And again, I don't feel as though I have enough information to approve any groups tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Wilkes. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Ozinski, it's been moved by Trustee Muhammad that we approve the 3 pending or proposed groups, and it was supported by Trustee Wilkins. I think we're ready for a roll call, please.
Okay. Trustee Basquette?
No.
Trustee Wilkerson?
No.
President Feaster?
No.
Trustee Schmidt?
No.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes, sorry.
No.
Motion fails.
Are there any other changes to the agenda, trustees? Seeing none. I guess, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
No.
Trustee Wilkins?
No.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
And Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. I would now like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Ms. Jazz Parks, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, President Feaster. Good evening.
And that brings us down to our land acknowledgement statement. I will turn it over to Trustee Wilkerson. If you read that, please.
We acknowledge the Ann Arbor Public Schools District occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabeg, Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, Ojibwe, Potawatomi. The taking of this land was formalized in a process alien to Native cultures by the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. The Ann Arbor Public Schools recognizes that many other Native peoples lived on this land at different times, including the Fox, Sauk, Shawnee, Kickapoo, Miami, Muscatoon, and Cherokee, many of whom were forcefully removed from their homelands. Acknowledgement by itself is a small gesture that does not exist in the past or solely in a historical context. Colonialism is a current, ongoing process, and we understand our responsibility in educating students about our participation. We further recognize the ongoing relationship and dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. It's our responsibility to care for this land, and we honor, with our deepest gratitude, the Native people who have and will continue to steward it for generations.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. I believe that brings us down to special commentary. We have a WISD board candidate present, Mr. Eric John Roberts, and we will invite him to the podium to give us some information. Good evening.
We're having trouble here.
You can make it up taller if you want.
I don't think it's on. Here we go.
That's your tech guy.
All right, how about now?
There you go.
Welcome back.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. My name is Eric John Roberts. I'm a candidate for the Washtenaw ISD School Board. For those of you that haven't been through this process yet, the Washtenaw ISD has 9 local school districts, and this election is decided by members of the local boards in the latter half of May. At a board meeting, you'll take a vote on the candidates you support as a board, and then you'll choose a person from your board or staff to send to the first Monday in June to the ISD building to formally cast the ballot on behalf of your school board. I'm here tonight to share some information about myself. Thank you, President Feaster, for allowing me this opportunity. And I provided information to each of you. This is the 8th of the 9 school boards that I've been to, and I decided to make it a priority to get around and meet every school board member, see what's going on in your community as I'm, seeking this office. I want to be collaborative with local school boards, and certainly if I get this, that's not going to stop. On the front page of this, I've included a link to a Calendly. My whole schedule is there, so if you'd like to sit down outside of a meeting to chat, ask me any questions, or by email or text, please feel free to reach out before you have this decision in the latter half of May. Some info about me. I have been a school board member. I was a school board member for 6 years outside of Grand Rapids before I moved to Washtenaw County. That was for a district about the size of Saline called Kennewood Hills Public Schools. And in that time, I secured the MASB President's Award, which is, and put in more than 2,000 hours of public service, bettering myself to best advocate for the kids in my care. At the onset of COVID, because of my leadership and a good relationship with my superintendent, we were able to immediately partner with Sprint and cover about 6% of the kids in our district that didn't have Wi-Fi access, ensure that they had Wi-Fi access so that our teachers could keep connecting with them when the world was so scary, especially for young people. That was our first priority. Also, I've presented at 2 MASB annual leadership conferences, most recently on how to build productive sex empowerment or sex education advisory boards. I believe that a reproductive health care curriculum is essential to provide to students. It's been shown that it slows first sexual interactions by young people that are fully informed, and that's really important to give the students that option and that information. I also mentioned that I've been a substitute teacher over the past about 4 years on and off during undergrad and graduate school, and I'm now a law student at the University of Toledo. I'm studying disability education law as well as public defense. And I decided to substitute teach a while back when I was originally on the school board because I wanted to better understand the needs of our students and teachers in that process. And now going into disability law, I wanted to better understand how accommodations work on the ground in the classroom, built from IEPs. What do those look like for our students? How are we best serving them? So that's some information about myself, and I would encourage you all to reach out by email or set a Calendly event with me. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us down to letter B, which would be the Jewish American Heritage Month in the Ann Arbor Public Schools, and we would invite them to come forward and present.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So thank you for allowing me time to present. I appreciate your time here tonight. My name is Esther Terry. I have a child in Ann Arbor Public Schools. And I'm here to talk about Jewish American Heritage Month. Our group is a group of parent volunteers, and we've collected some information on recognition of the month in Michigan, and also some requests we're making to the board. And just to clarify before I get started, when we talk about Heritage Months, we are talking about adding to Heritage Months. So we're not proposing removing anyone or crowding anybody out or anything like that. This is just in addition to everything else that the Ann Arbor Public Schools celebrates. So Jewish American Heritage Month, on April 20th, 2006, President George W. Bush established the Jewish American Heritage Month during the month of May. It's been recognized and established by the presidents who succeeded him, Presidents Obama, Trump, and Biden. The month offers an opportunity for the nation to recognize Jewish contributions to the United States over the past 400 years. So I'm going to give just a little bit of context while we look at this slide for a few minutes so we can all enjoy the scenery. Our group is actually just a group of parent volunteers. We have been working with the Jewish Community Relations Council, which is part of the Jewish Federation, but we're all volunteers. We have kids in public schools. We've been talking to Jewish families who have kids in the public schools. And we're not part of the group that I think has applied to be recognized by the board. We're just totally separate. Just really love education, honestly. Some of the challenges that we know from our community here and also just Jewish people globally is that being Jewish has always covered a plurality of identities and cultures. The Jewish people have been multilingual and multicultural since the earliest accounts from over 4,000 years ago. There's historical evidence of ancient Jewish communities in Central Asia, the Middle East, North Africa, the Horn of Africa, South Asia, East Asia, and all across Europe. Jewish communities have also existed in the Americas since the 15th century. The first North American community is typically traced to a community of Jewish refugees fleeing from the Portuguese Inquisition and landing in New Amsterdam in 1654. Jewish Americans reflect the diversity of the Jewish people. There are public figures like Menashe Chaimov of the Bukharian Jewish community. That community has lived in what is now Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Afghanistan since 586 BCE. Or like Rabbi Shais Rishon. He is a Jewish and African-American author who traces his maternal lineage through Chabad and Lubavitch Ashkenazi communities. Or like Emily Bowen Cohen. She is a Jewish author of a graphic novel, Two Tribes. She is also a member of the Muskogee Nation. Okay, now we can go to the next slide. Thank you. Jewish Americans in Michigan and Ann Arbor reflect the complex diversity of Jewish identity and culture. Ezekiel Solomon and Chapman Abraham were the first known Jewish traders to live and trade with British settlers in Michigan in the 18th century. I think now you can go to the next slide. Other notable Jewish Michiganders include Senator Carl Levin and Congressman Sander Levin. And on the next slide, I think we have a few more. So we have Max Fisher, who is a philanthropist and business executive. Myra Wolfgang is there for activism and workers' rights. There's playwright Arthur Miller. And Elsie Sulzberger, who worked in maternal health. Okay, then you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So as we just saw on that slide, and as we'll see in the following, Ann Arbor has a rich history of Jewish contributions in education, art, activism, and community. Okay, I'm going to go to the next one. Thank you. Ruth Bahar was born in Havana, Cuba. She grew up in New York City. She settled in Ann Arbor. She's traveled as an ethnographer in Spain, Mexico, and Cuba. She's known for her humanistic approach to understanding identity, immigration, and the search for home in our global era. The next slide. Suji Min Miranda is a nonprofit executive. She advocates for strategic partnerships, racial justice, and efficient, effective resource allocation. One of the hallmarks of her work is focusing on personal narratives to include people, to make sure everybody understands they have a stake, and to make sure that they're heard in her work. And on the next slide, we have Zilka Joseph. She is a poet and an educator. Her work is influenced by Indian and Western cultures and by her B'nai Israel roots. She has a new book, Sweet Melita, Memories of a B'nai Israel Woman, which engages with the centuries-long history and legends of the B'nai Israel Jews of India and food, culture, and childhood memories. Next slide. Thank you. Isaac Piquel grew up in Ann Arbor. He is a Black and Jewish poet. He is a PhD candidate and adjunct instructor in Detroit. He's also a Cave Canem Fellow and a graduate from Miami University's MFA program. So we're just gonna, yep, that's great, thanks. So this is a list of some resources that we've collected, and we actually have several more that we're happy to share with and work to collaborate with on the board. There are some examples we also found of other places in Michigan, school districts, municipalities, and colleges that have recognized Jewish American Heritage Month. Saline and Detroit school districts have it as part of their Heritage Month celebrations. The Dexter schools are in the process of reviewing all of their Heritage Months. Cities like Warren, Southfield, and Muskegon have officially commemorated Jewish American Heritage Month. Universities and colleges have commemorated as well, including the University of Michigan, Michigan State, and I believe Oakland Community College. In 2024, last year, Superintendent Parks recognized Jewish American Heritage Month in her communication as a superintendent. We greatly appreciated this communication. Thank you. Some parents did work with schools to do presentations in individual classrooms, and some of the libraries did curate some displays. So this year, what we'd like to do is actually extend the options for recognizing and celebrating Jewish American heritage with the support, hopefully, of the board. We're asking for district-wide recognition again in terms of communication. And we'd also appreciate some additional support. Like we've seen here, we have collected educational resources for teachers, parents, and administrators to reference. We're asking for a method to publish or distribute this just for easy access. I'm honestly not sure how that would work, but totally open to any ideas and suggestions you might have. Another thing that we think could be helpful is if there is coverage of Jewish American Heritage Month in the AAPS district news. Again, if there's some way we can facilitate that or someone we need to contact, we're happy to do that. Another thing, if at all possible, we'd appreciate the opportunity to collaborate on school-wide assemblies or programs, particularly with librarians in terms of Jewish-themed books. We found that that's usually a pretty easy way in to, again, just to add into the other amazing things that Ann Arbor Public Schools already celebrates with our students and teachers. We're hoping these combined efforts of education and recognition will empower Jewish families and teachers and students as well to share their heritage with classrooms and with the schools. So that's it. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for presenting. We appreciate it. Thank you.
President Feaster?
Yes.
If I may
Trustee
ask
Basket, please.
a couple questions. First of all, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I had the opportunity of sitting down with Deborah Katz last year, well, 2 years ago, and I was amazed as she shared the information of, again, the Jewish presence in Michigan. And I mean, it opened my eyes, and I so appreciate the opportunity for us to hear here. Mike, I have a couple of questions, and of course, the superintendent will work out the details as see fit, but do you mind sharing your contact information so that people can reach out to you? You don't have to share it now, but if you share it with us, we'll make sure it's, published somewhere. So are you asking that this particular presentation be shared as part of or another presentation that you would work out with the teachers or whoever? That's not clear.
Yeah, we could actually do both and. I think this presentation, based on feedback, we might get feedback from teachers that it needs to be revised, and we're happy to do that. We can share this one as it is. We can work on presentations with schools directly. So yeah, we're open to whatever works out best, what might be easiest right now since we already are in April.
All right, so you would, again, the connection with the superintendent, and she would work out with whoever. If I may, I just want to add a couple of things. First of all, regarding the Jewish Americans in Ann Arbor, and you cited the Levins, and I just want to bring up the memory of Barbara Levin Bergman, who was our county commissioner for many years, and she was proud to say she's a cousin of the others, Levins. But again, she did a lot of work in our community, and I think that would behoove us to recognize her since she is very, very local. I had the pleasure of working with Isaac's mother, Deborah Green, on a project called Arbor Games many, many years ago when Isaac was yet a child. And again, want to recognize that they are a very active family as well. I'm of course, very proud of Isaac. So thank you for that recognition. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'm happy to add anyone else too who might, also deserve a place. Certainly, there are many options to choose from. So thank you for that reminder.
Yeah, thank you.
If there's nothing else, we greatly appreciate your time and your presentation, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And so if I followed, the next step is that I get in touch with Superintendent Parks. Is that right? Okay. Thank you so much again. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us down to number 3, public commentary. The board would like to remind everyone that individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their names called and are given an opportunity to speak or have comments read by a member of our staff. Commenters will receive up to 4 minutes with no more than 45 minutes allowed for the public commentary period. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. We would like to remind everyone that public comments generally pertain to Ann Arbor Public Schools district matters. Comments about any individual or individuals are expressly prohibited. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comments, but we will listen carefully and follow up as appropriate. Ms. Ozinski, how many sign-ups do we have for this evening?
We have 20 signed up this evening, and each comment will be given 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
All-time record. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, first is Lawrence Works, then Jessica Rodriguez. Greetings, board members. Thank you for your service. Every child, every day. This is the APS motto. You can fulfill this promise in a very meaningful way by voting no on the resolution to disband board-designated groups and/or remove their agenda time. Both their time together as students and their leadership opportunity to publicly engage with you on a regular basis are valuable. This is the only clearly designated time when board members can regularly hear from students, read their experiences with their board-designated groups. Students appearing before the Board of Education, representing their cultural backgrounds on a regular basis. Excuse me. Oh boy. On a regular basis. I'm sorry. Stop the clock. I've lost it. Let's see. Okay, students, I'll just repeat it. Students appearing before the Board of Education representing their cultural backgrounds on a regular basis is a student leadership opportunity the Board of Education should not take away, one rarely offered elsewhere. Board-designated student groups are a benefit to the entire student population. Students' education and their successful futures must be well-rounded before they enter adulthood in this global world. The benefits of diversity, inclusion, and equity within school environments are undeniable. All of these groups are key to student success as they bring awareness to challenging issues and experiences even their families may not discuss in depth. If the public school board is doing its due diligence, you will never intentionally create a barrier to create communications in public for these groups at your meetings. Research shows that experience with these issues leads to positive changes in students' attitudes and values. Gurin et al. 2002. An inclusive classroom also provides global academic benefits, such as improved critical thinking, Bauman 2010, and higher overall achievement levels for both majority and minority group members, Elicker et al. 2009. In addition, when students have positive diversity in minority group diversity experiences, their interest in improving the lives of people in their communities increases, Bauman 2011. Students do not always have experience discussing emotional issues. To help them manage difficult conversations, students need safe environments. Jessica Rodriguez, then Susan Bond. Superintendent Parks and Trustees. I am a longtime teacher in Ann Arbor with a child in the district. I'm incredibly disappointed to hear of your ill-timed decision-making in regards to limiting or eliminating public commentary and the possible removal of board-designated group speaking time. Yes, we know you cannot actually disband the groups. Please stop gaslighting the public. The ability to publicly dissent and publicly be known during this time of authoritarian change is essential to our local democracy, and that starts right here, where our children learn. Marginalized folks in Ann Arbor need you now more than ever to show that you actually care. Please do the right thing. Susan Bond, then Lisa Carahero.
Hello, board. I am a staff member. I'm also a community member, and a member of the A2YGSA group. And I agree with Trustee Mohammed that you seem to be saying all lives matter when it comes to eliminating the board-approved groups. Why not approve the other groups? Jewish and Muslim culture is in the minority and should be fine unless you're worried about it being religious, which it doesn't have to be. And I wholeheartedly want more anti-racism things in the world. So Aspire should be approved. Otherwise, it seems like you're caving to the current fascist federal president as he puts any DEI, before he puts any DEI limits on you. Or you could pause and meet with the currently approved groups and work with them to create a policy for approving groups. No need to rush and vote tonight. Please reconsider. Also, as to the public commentary, I am privileged. My kids are adults. I don't currently have a second job, and I have a reliable car and body. You still need to have a way to let others without these privileges have access to public commentary. How about voice memos or consider other options? Please consider this too.
Lisa Caraharo, then Basit Zafar. Let's be clear, the Arab American Advocacy Group is the one being targeted here. The dismantling of the Arab American and Asian Advocacy Group started almost 2 years ago when the leaders were harassed. The silence of the entire community about this harassment has led us to here. At A2 Open, a Palestinian teacher was extensively harassed by the same folks trying to remove these groups. At the request of the white parents in the Jewish Federation, this teacher was removed from the classroom in the middle of a class on the Friday before MLK Day for crossing a political line of neutrality. In this same school, Zionist war propaganda was displayed and featured alone in a district-owned locked display case for months. A core organizer of the Asian group was targeted, publicly called Hamas, an Islamic jihadist, dark triad, and worse by Zionists. The same folks asking to remove the advocacy groups were responsible for putting racist flyers in my neighborhood, publicly accusing my nonprofit, Books for Kids, of fraud, issuing a 29-page legal document to the district lawyer asking for Arab and Asian trustees to be suspended, FOIA-ing these trustees for 5 Palestinian names, FOIA-ing these trustees for their communication with Palestinian teachers. This is the truth, and there is even more instances of harassment. All instances are documented with the police, Ann Arbor Public Schools, Michigan Cares, and Stop AAPI hate organizations are now here on the public commentary. I'm calling on the AAEA leadership, the board, and the district administration to support the BIPOC teachers who volunteer their time to lead these groups, who share their lived experiences, and who have clearly been under attack. Your voice has been notably absent when it comes to speaking up for these BIPOC families and against Islamophobia in AAPS. Your silence on racism in APS has led to the desperate state of the district today. Removing these groups and acquiescing to Zionist pressure shows the community you prioritize your donors over students. Thank you, Rima, and only Rima, for advocating to recognize and professionally collaborate with all groups. Basit Zafar, then Caroline Semro. I am writing regarding your consideration of removing board designation of various groups. I have also emailed you about this. I have not heard a single reason for why this could possibly be a good idea. I really am frustrated and shocked that in this environment, when protections of disadvantaged groups are being weakened, you'd want to double down. Of all places, in the supposedly enlightened Ann Arbor, this makes no sense. Why would you want to put in additional barriers for marginalized groups to communicate with you? It is truly baffling and shameful. Caroline Semro, then Kate Curry.
Good evening. As a first grade and former kindergarten teacher, I've had to implement many new procedures, from sharpening pencils to putting away backpacks to lining up. Each procedure was critical to ensuring our classroom functions efficiently and effortlessly. If a procedure worked, we kept it. If not, we identified and changed it, but not without explaining the why and how. With no proper explanation, Students would have a ton of questions, and if you spent any time with 5 and 6-year-olds, you know there are a lot of questions. Many times we work together to create the new procedure. Without the buy-in, there would be chaos and stress. In board terms, such procedures may be called a board policy, such as the current issue with board-approved groups. I ask that before any changes are made, the why and how should be clearly explained. Why are the current board-approved groups even an issue right now? What was broken that caused this change? How will the new policy be implemented, and how will groups be chosen to report? As you've noticed, there are many questions about this adjusted proposal and consequently a lot of chaos and stress about the change. Engage the community and representatives of the affinity groups before making a policy and think carefully through pros and cons. Don't rush, and please be transparent. After all, everything we needed to learn to get along in this world, we most likely learned in kindergarten, and if not, then hopefully by first grade. Thank you for your time.
Kate Curry, then Gina Schneider.
Hi, trustees. I am commenting today in opposition to the proposed change to Policy 1301, which would eliminate written public commentary from board meetings. This change reduces transparency, silences voices, and erodes public trust. Sending comments directly to the board, as has been suggested, is by definition not public commentary. It removes accountability and prevents the public from hearing concerns they might not otherwise know about. But the larger issue is just how people provide input. It's why so many people feel the need to speak out in the first place. Public commentary is overwhelming because people don't feel heard. When the same concerns are raised week after week, it's not because people enjoy repeating themselves. It's because they see no meaningful response or action. You say, we welcome feedback over and over again, but welcoming feedback is meaningless if it's not considered, addressed, or reflected in board decisions. Public input truly matters. Written comments, if public input truly matters, written comments should not be eliminated. You've made the point that other districts follow this policy and don't have written comments. But since when do we just follow? Let's lead by strengthening public participation and setting the standard for open and meaningful dialogue.
Gina Schneider, then Julia Blau. As you know, Thurston is not being staged. The school can no longer offer the sensory-sensitive population of Thurston the learning environment they are entitled to under federal law. My son and others will have to leave their classmates and the staff they've developed relationships with over the years in order to receive an appropriate education. We've applied for an in-district transfer, but what are we to do if we don't win the lottery to get into the school professionals say is our next best alternative? It is appalling to me that you don't have a plan in place for this population of children before deciding to knowingly disrupt their education. Make a plan for them now. Julia Blau, followed by Jeff Gaynor.
Good evening. What's the current situation right now? The president has vowed to dismantle the Department of Education. There are attacks across the country on LGBTQ rights. Immigrants in our country are living in fear and have been abducted and sent to prison, including college students. So what is the Board of Education doing? They're spending their time and energy to limit parent input. They're spending their time and energy to limit input from the exact marginalized groups that are being targeted by the country right now. We need this representation more than ever. You're also limiting who can participate to people who have cars, babysitters, good health, and the ability to speak in person. My son, who is a sophomore in high school, has watched several meetings online, or on television, not really by choice. The board members, and his observation is that the board members spend all of their time arguing with each other for their own power and their own political standing. He doesn't hear you ever talk about anything that will actually help students, anything that will actually improve his education, or anything that will protect his sister and his friends. Tonight's shenanigans of publicly saying that you're taking something off the agenda that was published by WEMU, leading many people to think it was not going to be discussed or voted on tonight, and then adding it back in at the last minute is a disgrace. The complete and utter disregard you have for your students and the parents who voted for you is infuriating. And since I have 30 seconds left, I'm going to say it a bunch of times. Protect trans kids, protect trans kids, protect trans kids. When I reach out to the Board of Education and hear, oh, talk to your building principal, we're working on it. When I reach out to the superintendent, who doesn't respond, but I'm assured is working on it, I have absolutely no confidence that anyone on this board has the least interest in protecting my kid and kids like her protect trans kids.
Jeff Gaynor, then Nadia Nazir. If you do not allow time for written comments, please continue to accept and post them in board docs before the meeting begins. Trustees already received this. Then allot 5 minutes for someone to summarize the written comments during the meeting. Please explain what problem removing board-designated group slots will solve. The board majority has been stonewalling the request from 3 groups for over a year and now will selectively approve requests by any group with no criteria set. Neither change is a good look for the board or for APS. I reckon there won't be time for the following, but to continue. Opening remote comments only to those with a disability opens a Pandora box of problems. For one, you are asking for people to out themselves. How will you verify the disability? Who will this still exclude? A highly respected principal made the point that every one of us is disabled in one way or another, so perhaps no one need be excluded. But then we're left where we began. Also, I expect that you will be flooded with a plethora of requests from groups, current ones, blocked ones, and future ones. How will you decide which ones to approve, especially without clear criteria? You aren't discriminate, so public speaking time will increase significantly. I believe, despite the legal advice you received, that excluding the Jewish parent and Muslim parent support groups would be counter to the First Amendment, and excluding Aspire, a group focused on equity, indicates that you don't want any narrative other than the administration's. So you are not resolving a conflict, but rather hiding from it. As a teacher, I am aghast at this approach. Nadia Nazir, then Lena Kaufman. Respected board members, as a 30-year Ann Arbor resident and aunt to AEPS students, I strongly object to the proposed disbanding of groups. The board mirrors the diversity of our community. Can you envision a scenario where maybe only one of you has the ability to express their concerns as a board? Shouldn't our schools prioritize teaching and modeling ethical values, ensuring that every student's needs are met regardless of race, gender, or religion? Please uphold the values of a good public institution by remaining inclusive, empathetic, and valuing every voice, regardless of who it belongs to. We are counting on you. Lena Kaufman, then Bashar Almadani. Before voting tonight on changes to Board Policy 1300, I wanted to correct a few things I've heard trustees say about the purpose of public commentary. Yes, public commentary is for the Board of Education, but it is also for the greater public, the media, and the historic record. In an era where people hide their names and identities online, and bots, fake accounts are common, having real people debate real issues in public is more important than ever before. Allowing written public commentary to be read at the board meetings was a temporary pandemic change that became permanent and then misused for copy-paste commentary that flooded the meetings. But it also allowed more people to have a voice. The simple solution is to continue to take public commentary in written form, but just not read it at the meetings. Instead, simply include it in board docs where everyone can read it for themselves, or if reading challenged, use an automated program that will read it for them. As a bonus, the simple solution gets the board and the APS out of the legally fraught area of determining who is and isn't qualified to submit written commentary under the Americans with Disabilities Act accommodation. Trustees have suggested that the public could simply FOIA the emails sent directly to the board if they really need to read those comments. However, they may be unaware that unless a FOIA request is very, very small and targeted, the person requesting the FOIA information is responsible for paying for the documents to be collected and names on the emails redacted. FOIA requests also frequently take months before a response is sent. Between the cost and time, it is simply impossible for the public to access emailed written commentary sent only to the board. Furthermore, I think trustees are undercounting the importance of the public bringing forward new information, not just to the board, but to the public at large, and having that new information included in the historical record of board activities. So I will close with an example of adding something to the public record for this meeting. The AEA Teachers Union, having publicly come out against the board removing board recognized groups from the agenda and instead on this issue tonight, I think it is important to add to the record of this meeting which trustees on the board were endorsed by AEA, Bashar Ahmadani, then Shireen Ashkar. Dear APS board members, I am writing to strongly oppose the proposed dissolution of the Arab American Advisory Group. At a time when Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian students and families are experiencing increased discrimination, dismantling this essential advisory board would send a harmful message that their voices, concerns, and safety are not valued by this district. It is particularly troubling that the school board originally created this group over a decade ago in response to concerns that Arab students were struggling with the district and transferring to charter schools. The advisory group was established to address these disparities, promote inclusion, and ensure that Arab American students receive the necessary support to succeed. Eliminating it now, amid a documented surge in anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, and anti-Palestinian bias, is not only deeply insensitive, but also profoundly irresponsible. The systemic changes faced by Arab American students and families in this district persist, making this advisory group more essential than ever. Rather than eliminating a key platform for engagement, the district should be strengthening its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Dissolving this group would further marginalize a vulnerable community and contradict the district's stated values. I urge you to reconsider this decision. Keeping the Arab American Advisory Group intact is not just an issue of fairness, it is a necessary step to ensure that all students in our district are supported, represented, and given the opportunity to thrive. Shireen Ashkar, then Allison Carey. As an APS parent, I'm writing to express my concern and strong opposition to the proposed revision of Policy 1300. By eliminating the official board recognition of these groups, you would be cutting a vital line of communication with administrators, educators, parents, and students who make up our district. By eliminating official board recognition of these groups, you would be telling us that our voices do not matter to you and that our already marginalized communities are not welcome. These groups provide critical representation, ensuring that all perspectives are heard and valued in shaping our schools. Failing to recognize them would be a step backward in fostering an inclusive, engaged, and responsive district. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and prioritize equity, transparency, and community involvement in your decision-making. Thank you. Allison Carey, then Jessica Rior. Please keep write-in public commentary. The expectation that constituents must continually submit FOIAs and requests to comply with FOIA is unreasonable and burdensome and wasteful. Write-in documentary allows for more transparency and more open dialogue and improved community engagement. Simply listening to your constituents would prevent unnecessary headaches for all. This would be a big step to restore trust, instead of further alienating communities, teachers, homeowners, students, and parents of school-aged children like myself. Please consult the Huron River Watershed Council and city, county, and state experts regarding Miller's Creek Shed. The maintenance and care of the Miller Creek Shed and the Thurston flood mitigation is through a long committed partnership between the city, county, township, and University of Michigan. Please honor this partnership for the sake of health and safety and best possible outcome given the circumstances. Jessica Rior, then Talal Alothman.
On the subject of removing designated status of board designated groups, please vote no. Contrary to previous statements made within these very meetings, if any one group can stipulate the designation or existence of any or all other groups, it needs to be said. This is certainly not a marginalized nor minority group whatsoever. Ann Arbor as a city has historically been known as a beautifully diverse community on all levels, especially so in academia. I believe sweeping changes to the diversity within our school district will indeed have an immediate and grave consequence on our student body as a whole. This can easily become a very slippery slope of supremacy-based thinking and does not lend to diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is presently already threatened on a wide scale throughout our country. I want my biracial son, who currently attends Tappan Middle School and will be attending Huron High School for the next 4 years, to continue to experience the diversity within our school district that has historically been known to the Ann Arbor community. And that's the end of my statement. However, I do know I have more time, and I would like to say I am a native born and raised in Detroit, which is not as diverse as many would like to say. And Ann Arbor was always known to me as the mecca of diversity on all levels. And I was very proud to remove my son from Ypsilanti Public Schools and put him in Ann Arbor schools because of the diversity and the quality of education that he can receive within this district. I am very disappointed in actions like this on behalf of any group whatsoever, because equality and justice and diversity is very important to me as an individual, and I want my son to know what this is like and for it not to be removed. Thank you.
Talal Alothman, then Carrie Yandron. I moved to Ann Arbor for a job 8 years ago and remained for the community. Knowing that the public school system here acknowledged that voices from underserved and underrepresented communities needed to be heard through the advisory boards, gave me the belief that my children's, my family's, and my community's issues had a platform where we would be heard. The AAPS's board's attempt to remove this platform sends a clear message. Your issue and that of other communities represented by the advisory boards are unimportant and negligible. Pushing for a decision like this in an environment of staunch and widespread Islamophobic and xenophobic national rhetoric, and while AAPS wrestles with the accusations of failing to comply with the recent Title IX violation, it's clear that many on the AAPS board share the sentiment that the voices of our community should be silenced. I urge you to oppose the removal of the advisory boards. Carrie Yandron, then Sarah Thompson.
Good evening. I'm Carrie Yandron, parent at Scarlet and Huron, member of APAC. Please lead by exceeding the minimum standards of the past and keep designated group reports on the agenda along with written submissions. Public commentary is by the public to you and to the public. Demonstrate you care more for the increased engagement from improved accessibility than the convenience of shorter meetings. Job expectation changes are hard, and they commonly result in two options: rise or resign. I do not say that to be snide. I say that as recognition. That is what we demand of educators year after year. Inspire our community to stay engaged and other districts to follow suit. Senator Booker held the Senate floor
for 25 hours to lead, care, and inspire. Surely a sliver of that is reasonable here. Investing in time feels troublesome, but it's good trouble. Out of respect for time, I submitted my written version as well as extended commentary, emailed to you earlier, as well as for the meeting records in board docs, on which I have relied heavily, and it has made me much more connected to this district, which I am proud to say. So please continue. Thank you.
Sarah Thompson, then Leah Rose. Please keep write-in public commentary for general meetings available to anyone who wishes to use it. More importantly, please continue to allow recognized groups their existing spots on the agenda and add the groups that have been waiting to become a part of that list. Keeping these avenues of communication open and expanding them is the only way to begin to rebuild the community's trust in this board. Leah Rose. A strong and equitable community is an antidote to fascism. Ann Arbor can feel like a bubble, but we will all be impacted by the deterioration of public funding and infrastructure. It is against this backdrop that making the BOE trustees even less accessible to the public should be considered. Public commentary is an important part of community building. It is because of public comments that I know about the dire financial impact of the health insurance changes on teachers. Public comments encouraged me to look into the crisis situation at Mitchell Elementary School. Public comments, especially written comments for those unable to attend in person, help to highlight issues across the district in order for us to better understand and care for one another. It is yet another sign of the growing distance between APS leadership and the constituents you claim to represent to frame written public commentary as replaceable by spotty email response rates from the superintendent or individual trustees. We all need one another now more than ever. Please lean into collaborative governance and think about the messages you continue to send with your votes. That concludes public commentary.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments tonight. We would like to note that all written comments are publicly available on board docs in the public commentary section of tonight's agenda. Ms. Parks, are there any points of clarification?
President Feaster, regarding one of the comments related to protecting trans students, which is absolutely our value, and we protect that value in policy. We have, through the executive directors, followed up on those concerns multiple times, in fact, and shared not only what we're working on, but what we have done to address those concerns. However, we will have our executive directors reach out again to see if there are additional concerns that have arisen since those communications. Also, regarding the in-district transfer for students who have sensory needs, we have navigated this before. We have had schools that have had active construction, including elementary schools, and have not had any difficulty meeting the needs of our students with a collaborative plan with parents and staff. And so that is the plan for Thurston, and that will continue to be the plan for the schools who are experiencing construction. And so if there has not been an outreach yet to all of the parents who have that concern, we will make sure that occurs. And I believe all other comments will be clarified through trustees' discussion this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Ms. Ozinski, do we have any reports of associations?
We do. First is from our AAEA, Fred Klein.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, Ann Arbor Public Schools community and allies, and all the dedicated and fierce AAEA members present tonight. My name is Fred Klein, and I'm proud to serve as the president of the Ann Arbor Education Association, the union representing the teaching and professional staff of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. First, tonight, I want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate a vital part of our school community, our occupational therapists. April is OT month, and many of us may not always recognize the importance of this profession. One of our outstanding OTs here in Ann Arbor Public Schools, Liz Lombard, shared a fantastic description of the field. She says, "The word occupation is an old-timey term that refers to anything that occupies your time. In essence, occupations are things that we do every day that have meaning, whether it's taking a shower, cooking a meal for your family, driving to work, or even something as enjoyable as playing pickleball. These are all examples of occupations. At its core, OT is a mental health profession. When individuals can carry out their daily occupations independently and without issue, they are less likely to suffer from depression and are far more likely to engage actively in their communities. This engagement helps to keep people not only mentally healthy, but physically active too. Occupational therapists are present in many fields: hospitals, rehab facilities, outpatient rehab, and even prisons, home health, and fitness centers. In schools, their role is essential, helping make the curriculum accessible for all students, supporting them in developing skills where they might be lagging, and ensuring that modifications and accommodations are in place. So I want to take a moment to thank all our OTs here in the Ann Arbor Public Schools for their incredible work in making sure our students thrive. They are an invaluable part of our team, and we appreciate them deeply. I also want to share some great news. Yesterday, the AAEA and the district signed 2 memorandums of agreement, or MOAs, to compensate our members for the work that they do beyond the school day. We've come to an agreement to recognize the work of our middle and high school robotics coaches, as well as the incredible Skyline Blues extracurricular vocal ensemble. Congratulations to all of those who take on this additional work to enrich the lives of our students. While we celebrate these achievements, we also have other serious matters to reflect on tonight. I was informed earlier today about the tabling of discussion on the proposal to change Board Policy 1300, and I see that that is now back on the agenda. I urge you all to really reflect on the concerns you've heard tonight, particularly about how this policy change could impact community voice, especially among our marginalized groups. Our public schools are the very foundation of our democracy, which, as we know, is under attack by forces in this country right now. We have democratically elected officials, you all, who serve as the voice of our community. You are beholden to the people who elected you, and it's your responsibility to listen to them and to support them. On a unrelated note, the AAEA bargaining team met all day today to continue preparations for our upcoming contract negotiations. We've been reviewing data from surveys we've sent out to our members, and we're beginning to focus on some of the key areas where we hope to make meaningful improvements. We have 2 subsets of our teams prepping to work on the calendar and on our Appendix 5 supplemental positions in our contract. These are critical issues, and we will continue to work hard on behalf of our members to ensure their voices are heard. I also want to emphasize that during bargaining, many of our AAEA and AAPS team members are dedicating their time to negotiations and are not able to fulfill their regular duties as teachers, special educators, and administrators. These professionals are stepping up to ensure that we achieve a fair and timely settlement. I am advocating for a quick resolution to this process so that our colleagues can return to doing the essential work they were hired to do, supporting our students in the classroom and throughout our schools. And as I say every time I talk about bargaining, this current bargain represents a crucial turning point for the Ann Arbor Public Schools as we work to retain and attract talented educators. Our district must start offering competitive wages and benefits if we're to remain a destination district for both students and staff. Right now, We are seeing teachers leave for other districts that already offer better pay, better benefits, and better working conditions. If we want to stop that talent drain, we need to step up. As the board, it is imperative that you demand these improvements from the district. We can't afford to continue losing our beloved teachers and colleagues. Ann Arbor Public Schools should once again be the destination choice for educators. And with your support, I know we can get there. Let's get this bargain done. Thank you.
Next, we have a report from the Ann Arbor Parent Advisory Committee for Special Education.
Gerke, and I am on the executive board of APAC, which is the Ann Arbor Parent Advisory Committee for Special Education. APAC represents and advocates for families across our district who have children with disabilities. These families are terrified right now by what is happening at the federal level of government and the move to dismantle the Department of Education. The protections that this office guarantees our children and their ability to access the curriculum in a meaningful way is paramount to their learning and future success. Given the current federal political climate and potential threats to the Department of Education's role in protecting students' rights, your continued support for students with individualized education plans and 504 plans in our school district is necessary. We urge the board to reaffirm its commitment to upholding the educational rights and services that these students rely on. Families across our district depend on the protections provided by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. These laws ensure that all students, regardless of ability, receive the necessary accommodations, resources, and support to thrive academically and socially. As discussions about changes to federal education policies unfold, it is crucial that our local schools remain steadfast in their dedication to these students. We respectfully request that the board issue a public statement reaffirming its commitment to upholding all federal and state protections for students with disabilities, regardless of potential policy shifts at the national level. Ensuring that funding for special education services and accommodations remains a priority in our district budget. Supporting teachers, staff, and administrators with the necessary training and resources to effectively serve students with IEPs and 504 plans, and engaging with parents and advocates to address concerns and maintain transparency about how the district will continue to support these students. APAC represents 13% of the students in the district, about 2,200 children, all of whom you are elected to serve. That is why you need to hear from us. Free and appropriate access to public education in the least restrictive environment is not political, it is necessary. This public commitment would provide reassurance to families, students, and educators that our district remains dedicated to equity and inclusion, no matter what changes come at the federal level. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate your leadership in fostering an inclusive and supportive educational environment for all students. We look forward to your response and to working together to ensure that every child receives the education they deserve. Thank you.
And next, we'll hear from the Ann Arbor Public Schools Arab American Advisory Group.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Renda Ajloni, and this is Wisal Samaha. We're here representing the Arab Advisory Group, and to give a statement regarding the Arab American Heritage Month, which we are celebrating right now in April. Since 2018, the AAPS Arab American Parent Advisory Group has proudly partnered with the school district to honor and celebrate Arab American Heritage Month. Through film, food, dance, literature, and music, we create opportunities for students, educators, and the broader community to engage with the rich and diverse heritage of Arab Americans. We invite the district to once again stand with us in learning, celebrating, and uplifting Arab American history and culture this year. This year, we have planned the following events. Guest reader programs from April 22nd to the 30th, taking place in all AAPS elementary school libraries. This program brings together parents, former students, and community leaders to showcase the vibrant legacy of Arab Americans. This initiative is made possible by the dedication of our librarians. Special thanks to all our readers, including Commissioner Yusuf Riphi, Trustee Rima Muhammad, and Judge Jinan Hamoud. Karim Nagy performance. Renowned educator and musician Karim Nagy will perform at Eber White, Angel, and Hazley Elementary Schools, thanks to the support of PTOs and music teachers. Additionally, he will perform at the Downtown Library on Monday, April 14th at 6:30 p.m. Our advocacy is not just about celebration. It is about justice, representation, and combating systemic discrimination. Our children have endured racist mistreatment within AAPS. A Palestinian student's image was deliberately removed from a graduation ceremony for simply acknowledging her heritage. A middle school teacher was reprimanded for sharing her Palestinian narrative. A Palestinian middle schooler was called a terrorist by a school counselor. These are not isolated incidents. They are manifestations of a systemic racism that sends a chilling message to Palestinian students. You do not belong here.
Raising Palestinian experience does not just harm Palestinian students. It's an educational failure that deprives all students of comprehensive, truthful understanding of the world. Education should equip students with the knowledge and empathy to engage with diverse narrative, not censor them. At the last board meeting, a public speaker falsely claimed that Arab American Heritage Month resources on our website were unbalanced and implied they denied Israel's right to exist. This is an outright lie. Every recommended book has been vetted by AAPS librarians, and these resources celebrate diverse histories, cultures, and contribution of Arab American, including Palestinians. Calling these material unbalanced and anti-Semitic is a deliberate tactic to silence Palestinian narrative. This suppression is a part of a large, deeply troubling trend, one that seeks to erase discussion on Palestine, the history of U.S. slavery and genocide, and conversation on gender and sexuality. As an elected official who uphold democratic value, we trust you to stand against such censorship. Rather than silence already marginalized voices, including Arab American Advisory Group, the Parent Advisory Group for Special Education, the Youth of Gender Sexuality Alliance, the Asian Pacific Islander South Asian American Group, and the Black Parent Support Group, the board should work alongside these groups to foster true inclusion and equity. Show us our voices heard. Show us our kids matter. Keep policy 1300 intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a report from the Asian Pacific Islander South Asian American Group.
Good evening. My name is Victor Mendoza, and I'm going to take 26 hours of your time. I am a parent of 2 children at A2's team. I'm here as a representative of the Asian Pacific Islander South Asian American Parent Group, or APISA. We're here with important questions about the proposed changes to Policy 1300, questions that impact not just our group, but all parent organizations, striving to support and uplift our students. Beyond that, we are here to highlight the undeniable value all parent advisory groups bring to this district and our hopes for continued meaningful partnership with both the board and district leadership. First, we want to thank the Equity and Inclusion Committee of the board for inviting us to share our thoughts with them during their meeting on Monday. This was an encouraging way for our group to feel heard and respected. However, we feel the need to reiterate some of the questions that are still lingering for our group in regards to potential changes in Policy 1300. And because that meeting on Monday was neither recorded nor documented with publicly available minutes, we feel compelled to bring these concerns before you again, yet again, this time in a setting where our voices will be preserved. With this in mind, we ask you once more, will groups like ours still be board approved, district recognized, or district supported? Will we maintain any official status that allows us to collaborate with the districts and other groups? 2, will our group still be named and linked on the district website? How will families new to AAPS learn about us? 3, if groups like ours are severed from the board and district, how will leadership seek input from families who represent our most marginalized students? 4, if we lose standing spot on the agenda, how will we formally communicate with the board? If an urgent issue arises, can we be assured that we will be heard? 5, and perhaps most importantly, what message does this send to our students and families? Will this decision help strengthen our community? While some on the board may believe these questions have already been addressed, the fact that we're still uncertain is precisely why we continue to ask them. We understand that not all matters can be openly discussed, but we implore you to provide as much clarity as possible, because the families we represent deserve to know where they stand. Now, let us remind you of what we bring to this district, why groups like ours matter. As many voices highlighted at the last board meeting, our virtual author talks create invaluable opportunities for students, teachers, and families to engage with the rich diversity of the APISA community. These events spark dialogue, build empathy, and foster a sense of belonging for all students. In 2022, our book drive placed over 390 books into AAPS libraries, resources that continue to educate and inspire students across the district today. Our parent volunteers serve as district ambassadors, promoting AAPS as a place of learning, opportunity, and inclusion. We provide consultation, feedback, and support when asked. We ensure that the voices of underrepresented students and families reach decision makers. We do all of this for free. We're volunteers. We're here as a response to this. We're taking our time for this for free. So why would you cut off a resource that serves this community at no cost to you? Regardless of what is decided about Policy 1300, we hope and trust that the district will continue to engage with organized parent groups in a meaningful way. We want to work together. 1, to coordinate virtual author talks for Asian Pacific Islander American Heritage Month. 2, to organize another book drive to enrich AAPS libraries with diverse voices. 3, to volunteer our time at district-wide events like Newcomer and Literacy Nights. And 4, to provide guidance on district-wide programs that serve all students regardless of background. But all of this, the work we have done, the work we hope to do, could be erased by you unilaterally. A rushed decision could silence parent voices, weaken community ties, and undermine the progress we've made toward a more inclusive district. We urge you not to make this decision lightly. Delay the vote until these questions are fully answered, please. Ensure that changes create an equitable, not just equal system for parent groups to engage with the board and district leadership. We want to close by reading a group poem created by our AAPS students in a PISA virtual workshop with Carlina Dewan. She is an alum of AAPS. She is also currently a professor at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. She just got a job after graduating from the U of M in English, and is one of my former students in the department. The poem that she wrote collaboratively with students is called Where We're From. As we sit down, new ideas flow through our heads. We grab our pens, and the click, click, click guides our thoughts. We get our notebooks, we take out the elastic, thwang. It flies back, opening up to a new blank page. Lines waiting to be written on the swift, smooth pen stroke gliding across the paper. This is where we're from. Shuffling papers, scribbling pencils, grooves worn down over years of study, oxidized metal and ersatz wood, paint rolling down a canvas, mixing colors on the palette, the scent of summer, new grass, sunscreen, tomatoes, sweet, salty, the feeling of mud as we fall on our knees. This is where we're from. Up north, to the waves, avocados on bread, balconies, yellow flowers, water splashing on the rocks, a soft blue and green tablecloth, birds chirping, a lullaby plays. This is who we are. Loyal bookworms, members of the AADL Royal Court, caretakers and friends to each other, animal lovers, our dogs with protruding teeth, hazel eyes, tiny kittens running, and their deep, hopeful eyes filled with wonder, music lovers and composers, authors, poets, artists, actresses, athletes, friends, cousins, students, teachers, dreamers. This is who we are. We look up at the gentle faces. They surround us. How much we do for one another. Home? What's the definition, really? A shack, a 3-story mansion? We don't need either. The world will tell you one thing, but we will tell you this. We are who we are, and we don't need repair. We're ready for the days ahead. I teach literature at the U of M. I'm not going to go through this poem. You're welcome. But what I love about it is that it is collaborative. We need collaboration. We need collective action, especially now that fascism has taken hold of the United States. Many of us in the parent advisory groups, whether this is APISA, the LGBT group, the African American group, the special needs advisory groups, we have all variously mobilized against white supremacy, ableism, transphobia, homophobia, and misogyny. We have experience as activists in collaborating against these forces. So when the fascists come to Ann Arbor, when Trump, as he has done with all the universities, as he's coming for the U of M next, I guarantee, when Trump is here and he comes and squeezes and threatens AAPS, you're going to need us. Thank you.
And finally, we have a report from our district-wide Black Parent and Student Support Group. Ms. Moore, Gushatria Moore. Okay, that concludes our reports of associations and groups.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osinski. I believe that brings us down to number 5, board committee reports. I will turn it over to Trustee Muhammad, who is the chair of the Equity and Inclusion Committee, and ask her about for her report.
So we met Monday, this past Monday, and we were talking about board policy 1300. We invited the impacted groups, so the board designated groups, and 6 of those groups joined us, and we wanted to first give them the opportunity to see the policy for the first time. They have not seen the policy. It was not shared with the public. It was really the first time they were able to see the policy changes and give feedback, and that's what took most of the meeting time. I can share some of the feedback. I know I shared with you some brief notes because I know we were trying to meet, before the governance committee met to talk about the policy. So we were trying to get as much input to you before the meeting. But just to share some, and I know I'll be sharing more when we talk about the policy. But for one of the groups, the Ann Arbor Youth, Gender, and Sexuality Alliance, when they looked at the policy and we wanted to give them, some time to reflect and provide feedback, some of the feedback was they felt like this was restricting the ability, access to restricting access for them. It is impacting marginalized groups, and it is not the time to do this change. They felt that there was a solution. It's a solution first. We're searching for a problem. There's no issues right now. Not sure why we're doing this at this time. Maybe we can look at, if the location, as far as providing guidelines, as far as the groups, and then talking about the intent of this policy change versus impact, and they felt the impact is larger. The Arab Advisory Group also provided feedback. They felt like it was important for them to be part of the 1300 policy. It is being a symbol is critical, feeling like they have a seat at the table. They feel further disenfranchised by these changes. They feel that AAPS is not valuing all marginalized groups by these changes. They're drowning out voices, struggling to be heard. There is this question about being board auxiliary committee and not how they were set up. It is a way of, and it's huge steps backwards. The PTOC also echoed the same. They felt that, there was no thought about what would we do if this policy with the policy change, what we would do to protect these groups. Can we talk about guidelines around these groups and how do we make sure that marginalized groups are included and their voices are being heard? APISA, of course, we've heard a lot from them as well, but just to provide, again, a quick summary of their input, there had a lot of questions, and they did ask those questions tonight. I'm not going to repeat those. But, how it could be a challenge to get a spot of public commentary in urgent times. We have to think about the difference between equity and equality. What is the message that this is sending to families and students? And that there are more parents now attending these meetings, and there's a lot of anxiety around all of this. And then again, can we look at guidelines? Can we look at the groups? Can we look at policy? Because there's no policy around these groups in the first place. APAC, which is the special ed education group, again, what is that it is important for the board to hear from real world issues and concerns that sometimes they don't happen at a time where it could be scheduled. It could be an urgent issue. As we've known, last summer when, the bus incident happened and then they had the opportunity to be able to speak instead of all these barriers. The parents do feel that this is a step of having a seat at the table. And then, that we need these groups to get the true information. And then the district-wide Black Parent Group and Student Support Group felt like this was feeling like it was silencing the groups. It is a disservice to the African American students and parents. It disadvantages of the African American parents and students because some parents can't speak or feel comfortable to speak during public commentary. So having a representative of the group to speak was critical. They felt the policy should be left alone. And again, what is the reasoning? So overall, based on what we've heard from all the groups, and this is the first time that they've actually seen the policy. They have not seen it because we've never showed it in public or even shared it on our board docs. So it was important to gather that, and based on that, that's when we put in the recommendation to governance, and I know you'll have a report soon, that at this time, we felt that we had to take time to meet with these groups, talk to these groups, and actually look and see if there's policy to around these groups first, that we're doing things backwards, to build policy to support these groups, whether we call it board designated or community groups or district groups. But we had to work first, talk about the groups and talk with the groups and get true input before we can change and tweak the policy itself. So that's where it was coming. That's where the recommendation came from. And I know that because there's only 3 of us, like I couldn't join to kind of explain where this is coming from during governance. But that's where the conclusion came, where we could not provide specific policy changes to 1300 because there were so many questions that were still unanswered, and the groups did not feel like there was any policy around them to protect them in the first place. So I just wanted to summarize what happened. And I don't know if anybody has any questions.
I actually have a question.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Thank you, Trustee Mohammed. Appreciate the feedback and hearing from the community on these. I do think some of those concerns are addressed, and I think we'll cover that later on when we actually discuss the items. One question that I wanted to ask, though, and I think you were touching on it there at the end, I had heard through the community that there was some actual revisions that were made during the meeting and typed up, but those weren't passed on to the governance committee. So could you speak to that a little bit further and clarify?
Yeah. So we were just trying to talk through the policy, and then we decided, because there was disagreement with where it was going, we decided that based on the feedback that we don't even know, like we don't even have a policy related to these board groups in the first place. So we could not really come to agreement with the changes based on the feedback we got. So there was really no edits that I would say that we all agreed to based on the feedback. Yeah, and if anybody on the committee, because it felt like we were working backwards.
It felt rushed. After we'd heard from all these groups, then when our next step, we planned on kind of making some edits to offer to the governance committee, but at that point, it just felt rushed for something this important and this serious. So we decided that instead we were going to ask the governance committee if we could take some more time with this.
Yeah, that's true, because we literally had because you were all meeting at 5:30, we met at 4. So we had to hear input from the groups because they've never seen the policy. This is the first time. So we didn't even have enough time to even go through and actually sit down, but we also felt like it was backwards, like we're working kind of backwards as well.
Well, I would just like to add, I was also at the meeting. So from what I understand, these revisions have been available for a while. I was not aware of that, again, as a new trustee. But from what I understand, these revisions have been available for some time. I realized that we were meeting right after spring break. I think in a perfect world, we should have met before. We met like an hour before governance, an hour and a half. I mean, literally, our meeting ran into your meeting, I do believe. And I wish that I had a chance to see the policy earlier. But I believe that had we wanted to see it, had we requested to see it, I don't know if there was a request.
There was not.
To see it prior to our equity committee meeting. I'm sure you would have given us that, or someone would have given us that.
And as soon as
so
you
I guess my question is to Trustee Mohammed: was there a request put forward to receive the revised policy prior to our meeting?
So the only thing we have access to, because technically you're not supposed to work on policy outside the public meeting. So what we worked with is the last version of the policy, which was what was shared at the first briefing. So that's what we worked with. But technically, when you work on policy, you can bring your ideas, but the final version cannot, it has to be worked out due to OMA in a public meeting.
No, that's incorrect. So I can work with one of my fellow board members to take language and change it up and then send it to the governance committee and say, here are my ideas. So we absolutely can work with 1 or 2 people. There's nothing that says we can't do that, trustee.
Okay, I would like to see that. Because based on policy should be done. So you can bring your ideas, but you're not supposed to finalize. Like, I can't get your draft for governance when you haven't even met for us to look at it. And I wasn't even aware that there was a final draft. My understanding is you work on the draft that was presented, or not really presented to the public. We talked in public about the policy change at the last meeting. That's the policy we should be working on. And again, this was planned, this request was made, I believe it was Thursday or Wednesday, for equity to look at it right before spring break. So we had only a few days to try to coordinate to be able to try to meet before governance met. So everything felt very rushed. There was no plan for equity to even take it on until President Feaster, you texted me, and I can pull up what date and time, that week right before spring break. And there was no way that we would be meeting during spring break. So it was not going to equity until
Respectfully.
Yes.
I did not request equity to look at the policy. Trustee Wilkes, I understand, said that equity should look at the policy.
I have the text message.
She brought it up in the meeting.
Yes.
And that was the first time that it had been brought up that equity should look at the policy.
Okay.
After that, I said, if you all want to look at the policy, go have at it.
Yes.
Present any edits you all want to the governance committee, and we will consider them.
I have the text messages.
You can read it.
I mean, you said, please provide feedback, and we were trying to coordinate. You were trying to have me meet during spring break.
Right. That was right before spring break
It
when
was
you
right
said have
before
at
spring
it.
That's
break.
correct.
So then
Then you told me that we are meeting at governance at whatever, 5:30. So what time? I was traveling. I had my holiday on Sunday. The holiday still continues. It's a 3-day holiday.
Okay.
And wait, I'm still not done with I'm just
Is
telling
this-
you that it was very, very restrictive. So I worked with whatever time that we had, so that's why we were able to meet at 4 in order to provide as much input to the governance committee, and that's what we got from the feedback.
Okay, thank you, President Feaster. I would just like to say that based on what I'm hearing, this policy is incredibly important to so many people. This is something that we're trying to make an informed decision on. And if this policy is such a priority, I would have been willing to work on this over spring break. I would have been willing to work on this. Really, I would have put aside time to work on this, regardless of the weekend, regardless of spring break. If this is really that important, that's behind us now, so I'm really just trying to stay in the present. So here we are, and I will turn it back over to you, President Feaster.
I saw Trustee Wilkerson, and then I saw Trustee Wilkins, and then Trustee Muhammad.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple things. The policy that was recommended was brought to the March 12th meeting. And available to all trustees. There was no changes to that policy until we met as a governance committee at 5:30 on Monday and made additional changes based on feedback that we've heard from the community. So, the policy was available, and I believe we were looking for any feedback that was coming out of the equity committee meeting, so we could also incorporate that into our proposed changes. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of those things. And I believe these items were also, brought up by the equity committee wanting to, think about looking at these things even during the meeting on the 12th. So there had been a number of weeks prior to spring break as well that these items could be discussed and approached.
Trustee Wilkins?
I agree that this is a really important policy that impacts a lot of our students and our families, as Trustee Wilkes said. And that's why I think we should get to take as much time with this as possible. I don't understand the urgency there wasn't, if there was an urgency to it, then yes, I think we would have figured out a way to meet over spring break or to spend more time with it. But there didn't seem to be, and there hasn't so far, been a sense of urgency to this decision and this policy change.
Yes. Well, Trustee Schmidt hasn't had a chance to speak on this.
Okay.
Right now, we're at the stage in the meeting where we had a report about the equity committee. And could we perhaps wrap this, move on with our agenda, because this is an item on the agenda, and we'll have a full discussion then.
So can I at least respond to some of the comments?
Well,
okay.
Are we still within report?
I know I am, but I'm clarifying.
I'm asking.
It is. It's about
Trustee
the
Muhammad,
committee.
then we'll move forward.
So just to clarify, the reason why we did not meet during spring break, because that was a question, was because then the groups would not be able to join us. So if we wanted to hear from them, that would have been impossible. So I just wanted to clarify this. For urgency, we did not get really direction until it was March 19th when I got a text from President Feaster saying that, please, take it to equity, and pretty much, I can read the text, but it wasn't until March 19th where I felt like equity could really take a direction to be able to meet, but again, spring break. So that's the limitations we had. And just to clarify, we did, because I think I may have misunderstood, we looked at the policy that was presented at first briefing. That's the policy and the edits that we looked at. We didn't have access to governance revisions because they weren't being made until governance.
Yeah, they hadn't.
Okay, that's where I was confused, because someone was saying, why didn't I ask for revisions when they weren't even available from governance because you have not met yet, right? Maybe I misunderstood
If there's nothing more to report, we can discuss and debate later.
But I just wanted to clarify those points.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Muhammad. I'm going to be very brief. Governance Committee met. We discussed the two policies on the agenda, the public commentary and the board designated groups. We made some proposed changes and expanded some things in the policies that will come forward during a second briefing. And that's essentially all we handled during our governance meeting. As we started late, had to try to get off to have the executive committee by virtue of having the back-to-back-to-back meetings. So, any questions about that, trustees? All right. After the governance committee met, the executive committee met. Again, we started late because of the back-to-back-to-back meetings. We set the agenda for tonight's meeting and discussed tentative items for agendas for future meetings. Any questions on that, trustees? All right. Then we'll move forward to number 6, and I believe that brings us to the superintendent update. Ms. Parks, please.
Thank you, President Feaster. We just have a couple of items this evening, some of which have already been shared by some of our community members and Mr. Klein, and I would just echo. Every April, the Autism Society celebrates, raises awareness, and promotes understanding and acceptance of those in the autism community. This month-long recognition aims to break the stigma of people living with autism. As many individuals and families affected by autism understand, acceptance is often one of the biggest barriers to developing a strong support system. Acceptance and inclusion are vital to ensuring that all in the autism community can access the resources and support they need to live their lives to the fullest. We are a stronger school community and district when we honor and celebrate our diversity, so we recognize Autism Acceptance Month. April is also National Arab American Heritage Month, as we heard about earlier, and it's an opportunity to celebrate the rich history, heritage, culture, and diversity of Arab Americans and honor their many significant contributions to society. National Arab American Heritage Month was recognized in April 2021 by President Biden, and while official recognition may have been recent, efforts on the state and local levels to recognize Arab American Heritage Month have been ongoing for decades. So we celebrate the many accomplishments of educators, artists, writers, poets, and musicians who promote the Arab American heritage and culture, and a testament to the contributions that Arab Americans have made to America's rich diversity. We also heard earlier that this is National Occupational Therapy Month, and we have the opportunity to, at this time, recognize our outstanding Ann Arbor Public Schools occupational therapists under the theme, the national theme for this year, which is Occupational Therapy, Inspiring Hope and Changing Lives. So we appreciate the significant work that our AAPS occupational therapists provide as integral members of our special education and school teams. We're grateful for their significant role in inspiring our students daily to achieve their personal best, as well as helping them achieve and attain school and life success. This is also National School Library Month, and the American Association of School Libraries recognizes this month every year to celebrate school librarians and libraries. This month, our school librarians will host activities to help students in our school communities celebrate the essential role that strong libraries play in transforming learning. We're proud to honor our Ann Arbor Public Schools professional librarians and the critical work they provide in serving our students. And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Parks. Any questions, trustees? I believe that brings us down to letter B, 99D, Teaching Diversity Histories Grant.
Thank you, President Feaster. And actually, we have B and C are one presentation, so they're broken up on the agenda, but it's actually one presentation. And so it's a great honor to turn this over to Ms. Linden, who will introduce our esteemed presenters this evening, who are doing incredible work. Trustees, we do not talk about the work of our students and staff enough at this table. And so we want to make sure that we are bringing forward the extraordinary work that's happening in our classrooms and in our schools. You heard about it over the past few weeks with our elementary ELA curriculum and pilot, and we want to continue to bring, you heard about it with our career and tech ed, and we want to continue to bring forward the work of our schools, because that is why we are seated at this table. And so at this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Linden to introduce our presenters this evening to talk about some of the work we're doing.
This is the fun part. It is my great honor, President Feaster, trustees, Superintendent Parks, to introduce to you Dr. Jared Aumann, who is our District Secondary Social Studies Department Chair, a member of our Teaching and Learning Council, and Ms. Jocelyn Hunter-Young, who is a Social Studies teacher at Community High School. These two fine leaders have been working for the past several years within a multi-year trajectory of very deep work. They're focused on developing and deepening the capacity of AAPS social studies teachers, supporting their development in inquiry and disciplinary literacy. And Dr. Aumann and Ms. Hunter-Young have worked together to apply for and be awarded a significant grant, the 99D grant. This grant is focused on cohort models of teacher training, and it is centered on teaching diverse histories. So what you're going to hear is a beautiful recap of some of the work that has been going on, and I will just iterate how hard these two individuals have been working while also doing other full-time jobs in addition to this layer that they have taken on, and it's incredibly powerful. So I will stop talking now and bring these two wonderful leaders forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Feaster, trustees of the board, Superintendent Parks. On behalf of the Secondary Social Studies Department in Ann Arbor Public Schools, we're very excited to be able to present two of our major programming initiatives that we've worked on over the past year. As we speak this evening, we hope that you will notice the pillars of our approach to our work. community partnerships, cohorts of teacher learners, a focus on disciplinary historical inquiry, curriculum development, and local and place-based history. The first part of our presentation will be a brief overview of the school history investigations we assembled as part of the citywide celebration of Ann Arbor's 200th birthday in 2024. Then we'll pause for questions. And then the second part will be an in-depth look at our Section 99D grant-funded project on Michigan Indigenous histories, cultures, and governance. We've provided each of you with a packet this evening that includes our slides, a public brochure about the school history investigations, and some promotional materials from our Spring Native Artist series. So to start off with our school history investigations. Our school history investigations were conceived alongside one of our strategic partners in town, which was the Ann Arbor District Library. Specifically, its Archives Division, directed by Andrew McLaren. He's the principal archivist and director of AADL Archives, and when he approached us about how they might work with us on a project around their extensive archives of the Ann Arbor News, the town's major newspaper of the 20th century, we were ecstatic. We assembled a cohort of 15 teachers in the summer of 2023, teachers across levels and schools, to begin to curate thousands upon thousands of photos and articles that the AADL Archives staff were digitizing and sending to us on a weekly basis. Over time, our cohort learned about disciplinary inquiry, which is really the focus on the work, the reading, the writing, and thinking of historians, about how we could represent that for our students and teachers in APS in the form of curriculum inquiry templates. And doing all this gave us an incredible opportunity to highlight local history, to learn about our own schools' histories, and unsilence some previously marginalized histories. Before we take a look at the details of the investigations that our cohort was able to create for all of our schools, we've curated a montage of photos from our elementary and middle school histories taken from the ADL archives and the rooms and rolls of the negatives of the Ann Arbor News. And so we're going to take a couple minutes to click through some of those photos across all of our elementary schools and our middle schools specifically. So enjoy this for a couple minutes. So some of the things that you'll notice across here is that we eventually came out with a focus on the buildings and their changes over time, the activities, experiences that people are having in our schools over time, as well as the students and teachers themselves, the staff members, and how they might have changed over time. So yes, as many of you have noticed, how things have changed, right? In fact, one of the main concepts that historians think through is the concept of continuity and change. How have things changed and stayed the same over time? So we took that as our compelling question across all of our elementary and middle school investigations. And we situated that at the top of all of our templates. Here you can see specifically the Pittsfield template. This one is how has Pittsfield changed and stayed the same over time? With supporting questions around how its building has changed, how its land has changed. A second one around how the activities and experiences have changed. And then a third one around the students and staff and how they've changed. Our cohort worked together to curate for every elementary school one of these templates, where those sources taken from the Ann Arbor Public News are aligned to the question that's above it, including some Google Earth, Map Washtenaw County kind of coordinates that they can zoom in on their own school. In certain cases, we have the dedication program, and we have some really great layouts of blueprints of the schools and whatnot. All of these are publicly facing. There are 20 elementary templates. There are 2 K-8 school templates. And there is a template for every grade at every middle school. That makes 37 of these templates that are all available for the public to see at a2schools.org/schoolhistory.
At the high school level, we also had teachers work to develop different kind of mini units or lessons that could be used across our U.S. history classrooms. And so we had 2 teachers at Huron that worked really diligently to create the top 2 that are on this slide. So one is about civil rights and the movement specifically in Ann Arbor that they did by looking specifically at the actions and then kind of the lasting impacts of one particular activist, Keisha Thomas. Another teacher worked on Title IX and how that played out in Ann Arbor Public Schools and specifically at Huron, and also included both like work with students as well as bringing back a panel of women athletes that were at Huron during the time that Title IX was happening, so that students could ask them questions and interact and kind of engage with those local people as primary sources. We also had a teacher at Skyline that worked to think about a sort of interdisciplinary unit with science and thinking about environmental issues that have impacted that region of town, and kind of thinking through a variety of different things and how that's played out over time for Skyline. And then I work at Community, and I worked with students to develop a lesson that can be looking at desegregation in Ann Arbor Public Schools, and specifically centering around Jones School and what happened when APS decided to close Jones in its efforts to desegregate our schools. And Jones obviously was where Community High School is now. And so my students helped to develop that lesson. All of these are shared with our secondary teachers so that they can use these in their U.S. history classrooms. And I also wanted to just note that the work that I did with students at Community is aligned with some of our school-wide work around permanent historical marker for Jones School and the Black community in Ann Arbor. You should have received in your email last week this save the date for Thursday, May 15th, when we're going to do the sort of culminating public dedication for this permanent historical marker that we've been working on for the last several years. And so all of these projects really highlight the power of educators to build connections, learn together, and create unique local-based curricular materials for our APS students. So we've seen how teachers have really embraced this process of looking into school history, school-based history. These photos include a couple of things. So on the left, you can see that some of our Huron social studies teachers did a recreation of an old photo. So they found a photo in the archives and then replicated it in a more modern twist. The middle photo here is a first grade student acting as a teacher and a guide after they did their own local school-based history work. That's at A2 STEAM. And the top picture up here is students at Scarlett Middle School. All of these students received the local history award, the Ray Detter Award from the Ann Arbor Historical Foundation. So this is them receiving those awards at a city council meeting last spring. And then the bottom picture is some of my students at Community High School in front of what was Bethel AME Church, and guiding. This was one of the stops that first graders from A2 STEAM came to Community, and they participated in a walking tour of local Black history sites in the area, and our students were at each stop to kind of give some of the history of the space. So none of this work would have been possible without the time, energy, and dedication of the AADL archive staff, that strategic partnership, and specifically Andrew McLaren, their director. Obviously, all the teachers that were involved in this cohort with us. We have many more teachers beyond the cohort that worked to implement these lessons in their classrooms. And then also Joe Mathis for our district news. She highlighted so many of these projects and took lots of these pictures for us too. And so we really support or appreciate all of the support from throughout our district for this. So thank you for letting us present this part of our work. Are there any questions that you would like us to answer before we move on to the other section?
the Jones School Historical Marker event that's taking place on May 15th. I've lived in this community for about over 20 years. I'm not a native Ann Arborite, but I have met so many people who say, oh, I went to the old Jones School. I went to the old Jones School. So I'm just wondering what type of efforts are being made to reach out to the Jones School alumni. Can you maybe talk about that?
Yeah, so we have 4 Jones alumni who served on our committee to help write the marker and decide what pictures we put on it and things like that. Several more that are sort of in like an additional advisory committee for it that have been helping us over the last several years. So this work started in 2021, 2022 at Community, where we were trying to figure out how to do this, and we did a whole school-wide work for it. So we've been working with alumni through that, and we're hoping and relying on them, but also trying to connect with other like local Black leaders to kind of share this specific save the date.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If I could interject, Trustee.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hunter-Young. I know at Community there was a celebration of alumni, gosh, how many years ago? Because I went. Although I've been in the community something years, you're still not a true townie, okay, unless you were born here. And regardless, when your parents came, and it was truly an honor to be amongst people who I knew as adults, but did not know their connection to Jones School. And, I say in Ann Arbor, if you're Black, you're either married to, divorced from, got a baby with one of the old town families. And I know it doesn't apply right now, this generation, 20 years, but for many years, that was the connection. And it was wonderful to see that. And I really appreciated Community bringing everybody together, because it was an opportunity. You had a display of all the pictures, and people were so excited to share their kindergarten pictures. And I noticed some of the pictures at Northside. I recognized one of the African-American students there from, again, it was really a treasure. And I hope that this celebration on May 15th will bring a lot of those folks back. As you know, we're all getting older, and we have lost a few of our alum over the years, but it was very exciting, not only for the students, but again, the past students, those of us who are still there. I did not have the opportunity to go to Jones. My family would have been zoned for Jones, but it closed. And so we were sent to Baugh, but my brother went to Head Start at Jones. And again, it was just a wonderful event. So hopefully, again, you'll be able to recreate that on May 15th. And trustees, please come if you can make the time. It's special.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a very powerful event, and we did try to collect as many emails and phone numbers from people that attended that event, and so the Save the Date has been shared with those people as well.
It's pretty awesome. Thank you.
All right, and we'll transition to our second part, which is our grant-funded work around Michigan Indigenous histories, cultures, and governance. Throughout our entire project and our entire work, I've personally learned that it is right to give thanks at the beginning and at the outset. In Anishinaabemowin, the word is miigwech. And so we have a lot of thanks to give for being able to stand up here and say that we are in the midst of one of the most ambitious projects either one of us could possibly have dreamed about. And so as I say all of our thanks, I hope that it begins to give you some insight into how expansive our work is before we then get into some of the technical details of it. So, miigwech to Eric Hemingway. Eric is the Anishinaabe historian with the Michigan Historical Commission and Director of Repatriation Archives and Records with the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Dawa, who has been our principal advisor throughout the entire project. Miigwech to Stacy Sheldon, Chutwadeogekwe, for her teaching us about Ojibwe-Moan. Miigwech to Osiganaknagamojig, the Blackbird Singers, for their performances in our artist series. Miigwech to Anishinaabe Mijim Catering for feeding and nourishing us during our spring events. Miigwech to Mr. Ray and Willie Johnson at the Zebawing Center of Anishinaabe Culture and Lifeways in Mount Pleasant for inviting us to visit them a couple weeks back. Miigwech to Becky Hill for consulting with us on our book selections. Miigwech to Joey and Daniel of Heron Hill Designs and Joe Riley and the Community Gardeners, the All Nations Dancers, for joining us as artists this spring. Miigwech to Angeline Bully for being willing to join with us next summer. Miigwech to the principal investigators at U of M's 1817 project for their outreach across our projects. Thank you to our educational consultants, specifically John Ferris of Wayne Risa as our social studies professional development consultant. Laura Lee Smith, the University of Michigan, as our intergroup relations and dialogue consultant. Thank you to Court and Sarah at Freeman Environmental Center and AAPS for sharing land and space with us. Thank you to Joanna Johnson, our AAPS Director of State, Federal, and Special Programs, and our OPs for their nearly daily logistical and moral support. Thank you to the ARC for being our venue and our home and our site for our artist series. Thank you to our transportation partner, Golden Limousine, who has professionally and safely transported us all across this state in our learning. Thank you to our senior AAPS leaders, specifically Assistant Superintendent Linden, Superintendent Parks. They have been unwavering in their support of our project. And thank you to our cohort members, the 20 AAPS educators who have joined us this year on such a large project. In December of 2023, the Michigan Department of Education announced through an RFA, request for applicants, $6 million in competitive grants for teaching diverse histories through Section 99D of the Student Aid Bill for funding during the 23-24 school year. In March of 2024, our proposal was submitted, and in May of 24, we were notified that our proposed project was accepted as one of 18 school districts across the state. The project funding year under the state aid bill was initially 23-24. That makes this now 24-25 our carryover year already. We launched our project in June of 2024. All of our funding now must be utilized by the end of September 2025. Of the $6 million open for competitive grants across the state, our project was awarded $750,000. Our project is ambitious. It encompasses work on 6 areas seen on the screen. Each of these we will explain in detail in the coming slides, but they're professional development, curriculum development, educator presentations, Indigenous artist series, district-wide book purchases, and a multi-county showcase. This project affords us an incredible opportunity right now, one that I've never seen in social studies education for a K-12 organization. However, one of the limitations of the work that you may hear us speak about is that with such an opportunity, we are constantly racing weekly to make deadlines, to get information out in order to carry out all of our programming by the end of next September.
So building on our prior work with different cohorts of educators, like the one for the School Histories Project, we knew that in addition to building knowledge about Indigenous histories, cultures, and governance, we needed to develop relationships amongst our teachers and also with community partners and Indigenous knowledge keepers. The work to build and maintain relationships with members of Indigenous communities in Michigan was particularly important, as neither of us is Indigenous, and one of our central goals is to center and amplify Native voices. So from this work, we also knew that we wanted tangible resources for classroom teachers in AAPS and beyond to be able to share this knowledge with our students and hopefully then their families. As Jared noted, we started this work with our learning cohort in June of 2024. The day after school let out, we had teachers come back to work and participate in a walking tour of the very minimal number of historical markers of Indigenous history in Ann Arbor, and then also visit the Future Cache exhibit at the University of Michigan Museum of Art. Those are some of the pictures that you can see on this slide. And then we've continued throughout this year with professional learning with our Indigenous knowledge keepers and other experts and place-based learning for our teachers. So that place-based learning has happened. We've done 3 major trips with our cohort of teachers where we've taken them across the state of Michigan to visit different places. So our first trip was our biggest, and it was in the fall. We went up north to Harbor Springs, Michigan, and visited the site of a former boarding school, so the Holy Childhood of Jesus boarding school, and learned from Eric Hemingway for several days while we were up there. Just before spring break, we went to the Zebawing Center of Anishinaabe Culture and Lifeways in Mount Pleasant, and that's some of the pictures. The top 2 pictures here are from our trip to that beautiful center. And then today, we went to River Raisin Battlefield National Park in Monroe, Michigan, which has done a lot of work to re-narrate the history of that battlefield in the War of 1812 and include Indigenous perspectives in a way that hasn't been done before. And so the bottom 2 pictures are from today when we went there.
So with all of those months long of professional development, 8 different sessions over the course of time, we're currently entering a phase right now with our teachers, the part of our project where we're dedicating time to creating curricular resources for our students. Through all of this, we want to maintain and focus on centering Native voices, perspectives, and narratives within our teaching of history, geography, government, and law, specifically focusing on those from Michigan, the Great Lakes, and then North America. We're hoping to specifically create sources to support the courses that are listed here, as they have clearly stated standards and learning objectives that align with this content, and those include grade 3 and 5 at the elementary level, middle school social studies courses, and in particular grade 8, the high school U.S. history courses, the U.S. government and AP U.S. government and politics course, the AP U.S. history course, the Native American studies elective that is offered and is being expanded to other high schools, as well as our elective on the history of racism and resistance in the United States. At the end of this month, we'll be joined by 6 other AAPS educators at the Michigan Council for the Social Studies Conference. We have 2 presentations that have been accepted where we will highlight our work. One is to highlight the curricular resources and approaches to teaching for other educators. That's named Revisioning Curriculum to Center Michigan Indigenous Voices. In addition to that, Eric Hemingway and I will present a session on Native topics in Michigan history, focusing specifically on the sources and resources that all teachers throughout our state can use. Jocelyn and I have also submitted proposals to present at the 2025 Wayne Risa Teaching Diverse History Summit, which will take place in August. And we've also submitted a proposal for presentation at the 2025 National Council for Social Studies Conference to highlight our work.
When we applied for the grant, we knew that we wanted to have several community events as well in order to engage and share this knowledge and cultural experience with the broader Ann Arbor community. And as Trustee Wilkerson noted at the last board meeting, we had a wonderfully successful event on March 15th with an educational concert that was held at the Arc. The event had over 300 people in attendance to learn from Stacy Sheldon, Chitwadawegeke, and Asaganak Negamojig, or the Blackbird Singers, which is a women's hand drumming group and language nest. And so we're going to first share a short video clip of this event where Stacy taught the audience some of the Ojibwe language and invited us to sing along with the group. We're also really excited for our remaining artists to come to Ann Arbor this spring. This Friday and Saturday, we are welcoming the artists from Heron Hill Designs, who are leading hands-on workshops to make medicine wheel pins or a set of earrings, which could be like these. I got these from them at the powwow just before spring break. There's still space in these 2 workshops, so if you know any middle school or high school students that would like to join, please encourage them to sign up. In the materials that we gave you, there's a flyer for it that has the information about these workshops. There's also a bookmark that we printed and gave out to people at the event in March that has some of the lyrics to the song. And then there's also a flyer for our last public event, which will be in May. It's a family concert with Joe Riley and the Community Gardeners that also features the All Nations Dancers, which is an Indigenous dance group. And we hope you'll join us for any of these events that you are available to come to.
Another aspect of this project has been the purchase of books and materials for our teachers as well as for our district. On the left-hand side, you can sort of see my personal collection of all the books that we have gathered together for us in professional development. And so when we talk about knowledge development among our teachers, that is at least one testament to how serious we are. These professional development books themselves have been suggested by our Indigenous partners as well as teachers. And so we've offered all of our teachers that are in the cohort, a chance to have some of these books to use them for their personal collection to learn from. We hear teachers talking about excerpts from the book that they've been reading from and whatnot. And we also know that, this will continue to be a library for, ourselves and that we can share it with our colleagues. But one thing that we should take a moment to really identify within our project is that as part of our $750,000, we were awarded $450,000 to purchase district books and resources for all of our school libraries, our middle school and high school ELA reading groups, as well as social studies teacher reference materials. That is substantial. The process to select these books has also been substantial. The list is currently being compiled by us, by one of our Indigenous partners, APS teachers, librarians, and other district chairs. Our priority is to bolster representation of Native voices and narratives from within Michigan, the Great Lakes, and North America. We are currently compiling a list of hundreds of books that are Native authored, that are Native focused, that we will be able to purchase for all of the school libraries across the district.
And then the last major part of this grant is our showcase event. So this is going to be the culminating event from all of this work that we've been doing. It is this August 20th, 2025, on our first full day of district professional development for the 2025-2026 school year. We're going to bring together our district librarians, secondary English language arts teachers, secondary social studies teachers, invited guests like you all if you are able to come, and any other interested educators from Wayne and Washtenaw County. And we are so excited that we have Angeline Bully secured as our featured keynote speaker in the morning. She's the author of best-selling and award-winning young adult novels. And all of these stories center the stories of young Indigenous women in Michigan. They highlight contemporary challenges that Native communities face and also the joy and strength of these characters and their communities. For social studies teachers, we will continue this learning and work in the afternoon by sharing some of the resources and approaches that our cohort members from this year have developed so that other teachers across the district and hopefully from other districts can use those in their classrooms next year as well.
So this really brings us now to what have we learned from our 99D project. As we started at the beginning of this presentation this evening, we mentioned some of the hallmarks of our work. Relationships with partners, deep knowledge attainment, working with a cohort of educators to learn this together. And we've seen that, and we've come to know that now. We see that relationships and partnerships are required. They take time, they take energy to build and maintain, but they are essential. As teachers, we've heard our colleagues talk about getting into this entire topic feels like swimming in an ocean of information. There is so much out there. And yet there is so very, very, very little in our K-12 setting, in our K-12 curriculum. There's so much more for us to learn and to do even beyond the sunsetting of this grant at the end of September. We've really begun to experience what I can only say is the transformation of individuals, of people. When a cohort of educators comes together with the appropriate structures, the time that's needed for them to sit together, there is a true sense of learning in that community. Lasting relationships are being developed. We're hearing teachers referencing what they're learning, talking about their own changes and where they're at. And it is quite powerful. And our work in this area is needed. To wrap up, I'm going to share one other anecdote of my recent work. In February, the National Endowment for Humanities was accepting applications for grants to host institutes for national K-12 educators. In their requests for applications, NEH included an invitation to work with Native communities and noted that they had 3 special areas of interest for applications. One of those was working to teach about the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative under the Department of Interior and the history of legacies of boarding schools in the United States. We in Ann Arbor Public Schools, given some of this work, were preparing a proposal with our partners to extend some of our 99D work to host an institute for nationwide teachers to learn about this specific history here in Michigan. 2 days before the proposals were due, the National Endowment for Humanities deleted all sections of their RFA of all references to working with Native communities to all references of teaching the history of boarding schools.
Wow.
In light of this, that last bullet point on that slide, I think is all the more important right now. The public and school communities are eager to learn about and engage with Native topics. We believe that Ann Arbor Public Schools can help to provide such opportunities here locally, regionally, across the state, and beyond. Thank you for your attention during all of this, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have about our project.
Thank you all so much. Trustee Muhammad?
So first of all, thank you so much for this very, very important work. I remember when we were talking about our land acknowledgement and thinking about, yes, this is symbolic, but we need to take it a step further, and you truly did. So I am so impressed with everything that you've done. So thank you.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yeah. A couple aspects I'm really excited about. I love that not only have you enriched the lives of the educators in this district, but you're going statewide and are probably going to end up at a national conference sharing this, because as teachers, once we create something and all the hours and the time, somebody else shouldn't have to recreate it. We're there to mentor and peer coach, whatever we want to call it. So I just think that that's really great. And then just the whole concept of how you talked about the interaction with teachers learning together. That is just, it's the best, because you're helping each other hone your craft, and now you're giving them relevant information to do that. As you're showing this and you're showing all the courses, I kept thinking to myself, our students have to read better, because there's so many things they have to find out about this. And I saw you showed books and things, and I know we've got this literacy initiative, but once again, it reminds me of how being able to read well, I want them to access this, right? So thank you so much. Nice work.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo some of these comments. Truly thankful for the efforts you've both put into this to support Indigenous culture and Native voices at the table. I can share that I, personally know Stacy Sheldon and Joe Riley, and some of the places you visited are fixtures in Native culture and kind of our learning for our own community. So they're very important places. I can also say there was a lot of special care that was felt by the team as you approached these projects and welcomed the community into the district. There's a lot of intentionality with it, and there's, a lot of thanks in the community because of that too. Many times it can feel like, Natives are only being asked to come out for performative things, but, you've really ingrained yourself in the community, trying to use words and, to express some of the thanks, and it just means a lot to us. So thank you for that. And, some of the other great things, Angelina Booley is, a great author. Firekeeper's Daughter is a really excellent book, is recommended by the Obamas as well. And so it'd be great to hear from her. So thank you, and keep it up. And if there's anything we can do to support, please let us know.
Well, thank you all so very much for the amazing presentation and great work that you all have done and continue to do. And we look forward to seeing more as you all continue to grow the projects. So thank you.
We look forward to having you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alman.
And I believe that brings us to our new number 7, which is a break or recess to a closed session, if I'm not mistaken. All right, then we will go into recess, and can we get this done?
We have to vote.
We have to vote to go into closed session?
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I motion, so move.
Motion to Trustee Wilkes, supported by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Osinski, please. And that's a motion to recess into closed session.
Yes, correct.
believe we are at, was it new number 8, second briefing. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Parks.
Thank you very much, President Feaster. We have for the first item under second briefing, the Clegg Middle School doors and window replacement, and there are no changes.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees? Seeing none, back to Superintendent Parks for item letter B.
Letter B, we have Clegg, Scarlett, Forsyth, Ann Arbor Open Community, and Pittsfield, the loading dock and paving improvements. No changes to that one either.
Any questions, trustees? Seeing none, that brings us to letter C.
Letter C is Scarlett and Community, the flooring and painting trade contracts, Part 2. No changes.
Any questions, trustees? That brings us to letter D.
Letter D is New Thurston Elementary School, trade contract recommendations, Part 1. No changes.
Any questions, trustees? Seeing none, that brings us to new letter E, which is policy 1300, the designated groups policy change. As trustees are well aware, this is something that's been pending for over a year. We brought this forward, I believe, on March the 12th. We had a second briefing previously scheduled on March the 19th. We pushed that back to today's date. It was removed from the agenda and then motioned at the table and re-added to the agenda. The governance committee did meet last week, or this week, Monday, to go through the policy, to try and be very sensitive to the concerns we received via public commentary, email, and from other trustees. We did make some revisions to the policy to try to address those concerns. One of the concerns that I know we heard in our meeting when we received our update from Superintendent Parks from what the Equity Committee had learned just before our meeting was that people wanted to make sure that they were not being limited and that they still had the ability to address the board very similarly to what they have now. So we did make some changes to that policy, and if Ms. Ozinski can pull it up, we can kind of go through some of the changes. Trustee Wilkerson?
Yeah, I would just like to make a couple comments about it as well, because I mean, this is an issue that we all care about, and we care about the community's feedback. So again, a couple things you touched on, but I do want to reiterate. 18 months ago, 3 groups requested additions, and they have not had a voice at this table during those 18 months. The last board did not take action on this, and it was left for this board to take action on, and our committee groups are engaged. We are doing board work as we are meant to do. So this was a top priority for the governance committee to address and look at the policy as it relates to these groups and ensuring that our community has a voice. Couple of other things that I want to point out. Previously the groups were only approved in January each year. So the revisions that are proposed allow that access for groups to request time on the agenda at any point in time. This change has nothing to do with the federal political landscape or executive orders. Again, this is something that should have been addressed last year by the previous board, but is something that we are taking action on to address today. And I do also want to make it clear, we have not changed any policies or procedures as a result of national politics or executive orders in this district. So whether we're talking about other groups, valuing our students, protecting our students, we remain consistent to those values and those approaches, and we are not changing because of any specific executive orders. I also want to, reiterate that we are not getting rid of any groups. That these groups operate outside of the district. The board and the administration don't have access to disband or get rid of any of them. We welcome additional groups to come present to us as well. And so, we hope that some of these changes allow that open access. We did hear feedback from the public and we've updated our policy to include some additional recommendations. We added language that's more inclusive and shows that we want to hear directly from these groups. We called out that we also want to lift up those that have historically been marginalized and provide that access for a voice. Some of the changes have recommended to kind of keep a placeholder for the groups on the agenda, just not specifically calling out these groups, but allowing that access and that consistent ability to be on the agenda. We expanded access to allow for the governance committee or the president to add groups to the agenda for speaking positions. That kind of addressed two positions. One, that any group that wasn't comfortable reaching out just to the president could reach out to a committee of 3 on the executive committee and request that time. And then additionally, if there's any delays between or any requests between the executive committee meeting where the agenda was originally set and the actual regular meeting, groups could reach out to the president to request access directly. And then we also added a reminder that any board member can reach out or can request, a speaking spot for any group at the beginning of a meeting when we're doing agenda additions or changes. So that's always another avenue. If any of us have any specific inroads with these communities or connections with certain communities, they could reach out to us directly as trustees, and we could actually request the addition on the agenda the night of the meeting. So I hope that does, help address some of the concerns around the policy. There has been a number of discussions on this topic, multiple discussions, in prior years, and I know we've had a number of discussions since we were brought onto the board table in January, got up to speed, and then obviously this has been a topic we've been continuing to address.
I believe Trustee Schmidt has something.
Just part of your statement early on, you had said that these 3 groups had really not had a voice because they weren't designated yet, but I don't know if you said that word. I feel like they have. I mean, we've had Aspire has talked to us at public comment. This evening we had someone from a Jewish group talk to us. I know Trustee Mohammed is liaison to the Muslim group. I don't know if you've brought their concerns. I've met with someone that is connected to the Jewish group. So, I mean, that's the point. You have a voice despite being designated, and that's what we want to expand. So I'm not sure you meant that they didn't have a voice because they weren't designated.
Yeah, no, I'll just
They just didn't
clarify.
have that
They didn't
spot
have
listed
that
on
spot.
the, yeah.
Yes,
Got
correct. But they did have other avenues, yes.
But not the board designation.
Correct.
Good.
Yep.
I see Trustee Muhammad, then we'll go to Trustee Basket.
So first, can we go through, because I know...
No.
But I think there's some questions before we go through the policy.
Oh, okay.
So if you don't mind, let's address the question and then we can go through the policy.
Okay, that's fine.
Trustee Basket?
So first of all, I want to clarify Trustee Schmidt's last comment. It just, again, it further supports what we're trying to say. If I remember correctly, the speaker said she was not part of the group that was requesting to be designated, but she had a voice and she brought it. She said we were parents who were volunteers and we wanted to present this, and they did it. And they did it in the proper fashion, and we welcomed them.
And to that point, they reached out 4 days ago, and I added them to the agenda.
And we welcomed them,
we
right?
welcome, yeah.
But I want to go back to, because I've heard, dishearteningly, I've heard this, what are we trying to resolve? What is the problem that we have? So let me clarify the issue, challenge, whatever you want to phrase it, that we have been tasked to address. 3 bullet points. How does the board encourage welcome community input from everyone? Basically saying, come talk to us, yet anyone can see on the agenda we have this designated area, this area on the agenda for these designated groups. So that raises the question, are you really welcoming everybody or not? Then the second bullet point, how do we welcome all of the groups to speak at the meetings, yet we clearly call out certain groups designated versus not? Again, a little redundant the first one, but. And how do we say we want to show no preferential treatment of one group of people over another, when again, clearly call out the designated groups and they are granted privileges, as some people see them, that are not afforded to other groups. You know, we've always allotted time on the agenda with few restrictions to content or time. We've posted links to the group's websites with no censorship or oversight from our part. We have annual public acknowledgement, as Trustee Wilkinson has mentioned, each year. Plus, we even go so far as at the same level as a committee assignment. The president decides who the board liaisons are to these groups. Looks like preferential treatment. Now, I was prepared tonight not to discuss this, but I will say, and I want to give a nod to Trustee Wilkinson, I appreciate your leadership in bringing this forth and putting it on the agenda for the discussion. However the board decides, you know, again, you took a lot of work upon yourself, and again, I appreciate working with you guys. Even though you outvote me sometimes, I can get over it. You know, we're a good committee. Thank you.
Trustee Muhammad.
Okay, so before, I know we're still not discussing the document, so I have a few things to share. I brought this up the last time, how did we decide that this was a priority item on the agenda to remove these board designated groups and reduce, we'll talk about public comment.
Remove the designation.
Yeah, the board designated.
Groups. Just want to make sure we're clear.
It's still going to be removing how I feel.
No, it's not.
We're not removing any
Okay, we're going to remove the designation of these groups. When we have achievement and opportunity gaps, staff needs, and other critical issues, but the executive board decided to prioritize impacting public commentary and creating barriers, which even with these changes will happen on these marginalized groups to speak to the board. Instead, we should include more groups that I supported more than a year ago. That includes the Muslim, Aspire, and Jewish group, and provide them structure and guidance of when they report to us, when they don't have any. We don't even have a policy about these groups in the first place, and that's why the Equity Committee pushed forward to create a policy first before we change policy that is related to them. So instead, we decided to eliminate them from unrestricted and specific time to speak at board meetings and give them the platform that we've heard from these groups, the Equity Committee, to highlight their work throughout the district and their concerns. Think of the message this sends our kids and school community, especially during the times when these communities are being targeted and unsupported. We need these groups more than ever, as we heard from the representative from the APISA group. We need to give them unrestricted opportunities to speak at board meetings, and these changes do not give that. Not to pick and choose who can speak by 3 board members that make up the executive board, or a few individuals, or even the board by vote per the changes that are being proposed in in this draft policy. We are making ill-advised decisions on putting together an agenda that prioritizes these policies already. We cannot support these changes, and we need to find a better way. We know that these board-designated groups were formed for a reason, and it's to ensure marginalized communities and students have a space on the board agenda to speak at any time. Why are we doing this when many of the marginalized communities are scared, feel unheard, and not protected? This is opposite of what we need to do, and we need to increase transparency, not reduce it. We need to increase community engagement and not reduce it. It almost feels like you are trying to silence these communities. And stating that the executive board or certain individuals has to prove them speaking only adds to the disenfranchising these communities and adding more barriers. So I ask this question here, what are we trying to fix here? And this has been discussed before Trump was president and all this, and as Trustee Wilkerson has said, this was an ongoing matter. I mean, I would rather be talking about, and that's why I brought it up to add to the agenda, is talk about the Muslim, the Jewish group, and the Aspire group approvals, and why this was not addressed. Same thing is, if these board designated or these designations of the board groups is removed, where can they speak unrestricted? You know, we removed we don't have the equity advisory group anymore. And this is a time when I do feel that we are failing these families and kids. What are we doing to protect the marginalized groups? We should do that first before removing them from the agenda. And that's why the equity advisory or the equity committee suggested that. We should have discussions about the groups before we start taking them off the agenda. We have to talk to them. You know, they don't know. They have a lot of questions. What does this mean? They're worried that their groups are being dismantled, even if it's just designation. They know what this means. But it is a very symbolic movement by crossing them out of this policy. What happens to these websites? There are too many questions, and this is going to cause and has caused significant anxiety and distress amongst these communities. You didn't even bother to ask them for input before deciding to bring this forward for first briefing. The first time these groups that are impacted saw these policies was during the equity committee, and I can see the look on their faces. They were in shock. Honestly, shame on us. We should have had proper procedure and actually involved them in the beginning rather than doing this behind their back. We have an equity plan. Why? And we do this. I still think this is going to look like we are supporting the Republican Trump agenda. I will not support further disenfranchising marginalized groups. I am sensing this is purely targeting for attacks towards certain groups versus others, and it is going to cause further damage to these groups. Therefore, I'm going to motion to table policy 1300 until we discuss the groups. And actually, if you look at policy 1500, the public was never briefed on the policy during first briefing. We've never shared with them the draft. We've never actually showed them the edits. And because of that, we cannot vote on this, and this has to be tabled. We are not following our procedures. They've never seen the policy. And actually, only the people who actually attended the equity committee and the governance committee were the only people that actually saw this policy firsthand with the edits. So I'm motioning to table policy 1300 and follow proper procedures based on our policy 1500.
All right, it's been motioned by Trustee Muhammad to table this policy. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Trustee Wilkins. Any discussion? Seeing none, yes, Trustee Muhammad.
So to share again, we have not briefed the public.
You just said that, Trustee.
But we haven't. So we're going against our policy. So for us to vote on it,
There's a motion on the table.
There's
a motion on the table.
Yeah, it's discussion.
She's discussing.
So
she made the motion, and she's reiterating the motion.
yeah, so we're in discussion. So the motion is to table this policy 1300, but I'm trying to clarify exactly why. We have not.
You just took 5-10 minutes and did it. Is there anything additional?
No, I'm trying to state that we are actually going against our policy 1500. We have never briefed the public. They've never seen this policy with the changes. You can go back to the first briefing meeting. Nobody in the public actually saw this policy. And for the groups to see it for the first time during the equity committee, we are not following our own policies. So that's why I'm tabling it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
I have a clarification.
Yes, Trustee Wilkins.
Are we tabling all of the discussion or tabling the vote of it?
Who's asking what your motion is, Trustee Muhammad?
So tabling it for it to be, since it didn't, this is technically going to be first briefing. Because based on our policy, the public never was briefed on, they've never seen the policy. So what I'm motioning is that we table it so that second briefing happens and possibly a vote until at the next meeting. So it's at the next, so it would be first briefing now, and then the second meeting would be second briefing, and then a vote, if that's what the board wants to do.
So that's the motion. Do you still second it?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else additional discussion?
An actual postponement of
Second
briefing of policy 1300 to the April 23rd.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if we're including some language about policy 1500 or just
Per policy
you're
1500.
You're stating this
That's the
motion based
reason.
on that policy.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I don't understand why we are attempting to table this vote. I think that it's been very clear what we've outlined in the revision as to what we want. We have made it very clear that we are not attempting to restrict the ability of groups to address the board and to advocate for various issues surrounding each group. I would like to reiterate that this is a nonpartisan board. We run, it's a nonpartisan position. We are not representing the GOP. We are not representing the Dems. So to even suggest that just stirs up all sorts of emotions, and I think that we should stay away from that. All voices are welcome. The groups that are currently designated, your voices are welcome. We urge groups to come and speak every month if necessary, every meeting if necessary. I've been hearing, how do we protect these groups? Are we currently protecting these groups? And if so, in what way? And having said that, groups that are not a part of being quote unquote board designated, do they not
deserve protection?
I mean, do they deserve protection as well? Although I don't really understand what type of protection we're providing. So, yeah, Trustee Muhammad, if you could share that, what type of protection we're providing, I would like to hear that once I'm done. Again, our goal by crafting this particular policy, and again, we're sticking with policy. That's what we do as a board. Our goal is to be even more inclusive. That's, if you really pay attention to the language, and it's right here in all sorts of bright colors, the goal is to include even more voices. So I just think it's disingenuous to suggest that we're silencing anyone. Again, our goal is to include even more voices. Not one particular group's voice, not three particular groups' voices, but more voices. So, again, we want to be inclusive, we want to be empathetic, and we value every voice. Thank you.
Can I clarify something on your policy 1500 argument? I don't see any place in policy 1500 where it says that it must be publicly available or anything of that nature that you're hanging your hat on in this argument. So I'd like to understand how that's even relevant to the motion you're putting on the table.
Yeah, so it should be briefed in a regular meeting.
It was briefed.
But it was never.
Trustees had access to it. It was in board docs. It was briefed.
But it was not done publicly.
It doesn't say it has to be publicly.
I mean, based on how this policy has been handled, usually the policy is actually up and the public can see it.
But that's not a requirement.
But then they can't provide input.
Okay.
So even though, it's based on interpretation. When I think of briefed publicly,
it's not.
It's, I see it as if at least you're actually showing the policy. Because we didn't even go through it verbally.
That's not required in policy 1500 in any sentence here.
at which the policy changes. So it says proposed addition, amendments, deletions go to governance. And then it says policy changes recommended for board action shall be briefed at a special or regular meeting of the board and then voted on. At least we talked about the 1500 where the policy changes were briefed. So what does that mean?
It means we were briefed. You had a copy of it in board docs. And we discussed it during our meeting.
We talked about it generally.
And you did not ask to have it presented publicly on the screen, so I don't understand what your complaint is.
Well, I would say that's poor practice then. Because if you think about, that's fine, but it is poor practice because if you wanted the public's input and even the group's input, they didn't see the policy changes until Monday.
Fair enough.
So that's poor practice, and
Fair
honestly, I don't feel comfortable with having to make a decision when it was not shared with the public for them to provide input for us,
Fair
especially the groups.
So
Mr. President.
what's refreshing is that the whole idea, I think, of the briefing idea, first briefing, second briefing, is things evolve. We hear public comment. And what's refreshing is you had them present at the equity committee, the groups that were able to come, and we were hearing the same comments that we heard from public comment that we heard from in our emails, and you guys took those into account. The intent has always been what it has been. You may object to the intent, and that's your right to do so, but it has evolved the way it's supposed to when you do a policy change. The concept is brought up. This is what we're looking at. We get input. They do language. So we've been going through this step, and I think we're absolutely ready to do this. And to belabor it is just, it's not a very functional way to operate.
If I can,
Sorry, can I interject here to support Trustee Schmidt? Not every change edit gets another 2 weeks delay.
Right.
We briefed it, as Trustee Schmidt and others have said. You know, whether folks saw the actual words of the policy, somehow they heard about it and they came speaking to us. And they spoke, and again, some people spoke to us for the very first time, which is refreshing. We are not going to lose these groups. The groups will function as they always have, independently, and they will be welcomed as they request the time on the agenda like anyone can do so. So to say we're silencing them, and to the thought that few decide, the agenda is decided by the majority of the board. Again, the request goes to, I'm hoping to go through the proper channels as we have been practicing with a public meeting of the executive committee. And even if it doesn't, get on the agenda by the executive committee, trustees, as other trustees have already mentioned, can bring it forth, the agenda like tonight, and we vote upon it. So again, there are ways to approach and be heard at the meeting, but folks don't have to wait till a meeting to speak as they already have been speaking. So I just want to clarify that not every edit gets another 2 weeks. So let's vote.
Anything else before we vote, Trustee Muhammad?
Well, I was just going to respond to the process. So we heard at the equity committee, it was very clear from the group, they did not want to remove those names, consistent with every group.
Right.
They were very clear, and they wanted to understand where, we need to look at them as groups, where are they going? I mean, there's all these questions about the website, what's going to happen to the website? Is it going to be removed? Are they going to have support? So these are important questions, and that's why it's important to look at, answer. These questions came up on Monday to actually explore, talk to whoever we need to answer these questions. It's not waiting for more commentary. We have important questions that we have to address. So that's why, yes, there's a process. It all happened on Monday. We need to take that in account. And then as far as silencing, yes, they do feel like, all the groups practically said they feel like we're silencing them. And equity and equality are different things. So yes, they are going, right now the current process is that they just have to send you an email and Ms. Ozinski and say, put me on the agenda, I'm speaking. There's no restriction. What we're proposing here is restrictive. So it is a big change, and this sometimes is the sliver that they have to the board and administration. So we have to consider that.
Do you have anything to add, Trustee Wilkins, before we vote? I saw your hand.
So this is about the
Tabling.
vote to table it.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to say that I'm going to be in favor of whatever makes us take more time with this.
Fair.
The timing is terrible. So another thing we heard from all of these groups is that, especially right now, all of these groups feel extra marginalized, extra disenfranchised, and this is terrible timing for this particular decision to be made. So I'm in favor of tabling it forevermore at this point.
If there's nothing further, did you have something before we vote? Trustee,
If we were to table this, why? I guess I'm still not clear as to why.
Timing's not going to get any better.
Yeah, like, so what's going to change between now and the next meeting?
is that directed at
Just real
Trustee
quick, please.
Wilkins?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, the wording of this could be better. So we could take more time.
Let's do it.
To add things that we've heard yet tonight, address questions that we've heard from folks.
Okay.
We can take more time to do that rather than, I don't understand what the urgency is to get this voted on and get it done. I don't know why it's urgent.
Let's go to Trustee Wilkerson, and then we'll try to get to this vote.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that comment because we can make additional changes tonight right at the board
That's why it's
table,
been
and I
presented.
actually have a recommendation for a couple minor tweaks that we move forward. I would like to make. So
No, that's a great idea.
If you have,
what
do you have
usually
anything
happens.
different?
I think
Yes,
just
let's call-
why to delay it is because, again, there's some questions that are bigger than this policy that need to be answered first to reassure these groups. So why are we doing things backwards? Let's address the group issue before we start editing. Like, there's no urgency to edit this right now because we need to do this right. If we don't do this right, it is going to backfire, and that's why I want to pause
Thank you.
for just 2 weeks.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, I think the motion on the table from Trustee Muhammad that we table this, it was supported by Trustee Wilkins. We've had discussion. I think we're prepared. Ms.
Motion to
Wilkins.
postpone policy 1300 and move for second briefing on April 23rd.
Correct.
Yes? Okay. All right. Trustee Vasquette.
No.
Trustee Wilkerson.
no.
President Feaster.
No.
Trustee Schmidt.
No.
Trustee Muhammad.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to the policy itself and what changes we think should be incorporated in the draft that's on the screen, I see Trustee Wilkins has her hand.
So one thing that came up time and time again from every group, like Trustee Muhammad said, was the list of groups. And just the fact of that list being deleted from this policy was symbolic, and we heard words like hurtful and silencing and negative impact, and what does this show our students and that kind of thing. I'm wondering if we can keep the list and say, historically, the board has heard from these groups in the past, or historically, the board had designated time on the agenda for these groups. Going forward, all community groups or something like that. If we can keep the list as a gesture of we see you, we can take the words board designated out if that's, so that's one suggestion.
Okay. You want to address it?
We want to address that first, or you want me to?
How many do you have?
3 or 4.
Okay. Let's address that one first.
Okay.
Is there an Trustee Wilkins?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we've received information and had discussions around this idea, right, and have discussed it as a board. So, I guess I will motion to see if there's any appetite to disclose or set aside attorney-client privilege and discuss some of those reasonings at the table.
So Trustee Wilkerson has just made a motion to waive the attorney-client privilege around this subject matter.
Correct.
Is there support for that motion?
Is it all or partial? What are you trying to
You open the door, you open the door.
Just so we can, if the board wanted to discuss the reasoning there, I believe we would have to waive our attorney-client privilege. So I'm putting that out there. If people want to move in that direction, I think we can get support for that and, take a vote on it.
That's the motion. Is there support to waive attorney-client privilege on this subject matter?
I mean, I'll support it so we can discuss it.
Trustee Muhammad supports it. Any discussion? Seeing none.
I just want to say so. I think it's dangerous. I think it's dangerous to open this door. It opens up a whole unknown and known liability issues. I just think it's dangerous. I don't think it's a good practice. I know in the many years I've served on this board and other boards, few times, and the attorney has alerted us to the one time we did do it. I just don't think this warrants doing that right now.
For the record, that's not what I was suggesting. But you're saying that
on
has
the
to
table.
happen?
I agree, but I think some of the things that you're requesting to discuss about would require us to waive that. So that's why I presented that as a...
What I'll say is that, our primary responsibility is a fiduciary responsibility to take care of taxpayer dollars, money, and children. And I don't think that waiving privilege helps us in that way.
I agree.
And so I think that it is dangerous.
Okay.
So, any other discussion? Trustee Muhammad.
So it doesn't seem like there's support, so I can withdraw my support, my second.
All right. So that motion dies on the floor. And so, as to Trustee Wilkins' suggestion about historically leaving those groups on the list, were there any other comments on that suggestion? Trustee Muhammad.
So what I would recommend actually is to keep this part. We don't necessarily, we can remove the board designated. We can call it community groups, community, or some other language until we figure out something around these groups and what we're going to do with these groups. I would keep the list, keep everything, like remove the first paragraph and keep everything in this list, but only just include, and I think that's what we're trying to do, is to include that, to open it up to other groups to have the same access. They just have to request time. So adding that piece, but I still think that it's important to keep these groups because that's what we were hearing from the board designated groups until we figure out, I just don't want us to be in a situation where whatever we decide, it will impact us in other ways. We're trying to do this so that we're not impacted in some ways. We want to be as inclusive, but we can actually have a more negative effect by removing these groups right now until we further talk through things with the groups, but also possibly legal counsel, whatever we need.
I think council's been pretty clear for the last year and a half where we stand on certain issues. I don't know that there's anything new that's going to change on that front. And as I just said previously about our fiduciary duty, I'm not going to support any change that leaves the groups listed on the policy. Okay. So I'm just not going to. So,
just for clarification, though, real quick, if a group requests to speak, they will be on the agenda, correct?
We can go through the policy.
Yeah, so easy enough. It'll be community groups or what have you. But if that group has requested to speak at that particular meeting, that group's name, that the organization's name will be on the agenda.
Not
I don't think we
necessarily,
care
but,
about that.
yeah.
So that's the change we made at the meeting on this past Monday. And we had a lot of debate over that issue after seeing the notes that Trustee Muhammad sent us after the Equity Committee meeting. And if you scroll down on the policy, we made the change to include, rather than it being on a case-by-case basis, we struck that out. Rather than it just be by the Executive Committee approving it and adding it to an agenda, we made it so that it was similar to how it is now, where the president can just put it onto the agenda, and that was debated. So, I mean, we're trying to keep it as similar to how it is now, so that if there's an urgent issue that comes up, they can notify the president. If there's no executive committee meeting between the next board meeting and whatever event occurs, the president can add them to the agenda that day, that night, so they can speak. So we've done what we can to break down those barriers and to present something that allows for the urgency to have groups added around the executive committee meetings. And that was contested and debated in our governance meeting.
I mean, and I will further support any group or person can do the same.
Right.
What we're trying to do is be consistent and have the opportunities for other people to speak. And again, we discussed the timeliness issue, but again, we are not eliminating a group just because it's struck from the policy. I mean, you ask for the policy revision, we give you the policy revision, and then you're offended because we struck out, which is common American language way of noting that we want to delete something, and now we get criticized for that too. So again, I think we need to assure, all of us need to assure people that if you have your group, we have no right, opportunity to interfere with the functioning of your group, and that will continue whether you're struck out of the policy or not.
So Trustee Wilkins and Trustee Muhammad?
So does this affect the list of groups that are currently on the AAPS website?
This is the policy for everyone.
No,
This policy is about whether groups get to speak on the agenda or not.
This board has no purview over the website. We have no policy on the website. We have no purview on the website. There's nothing. We didn't put anything on the website. So administration will make changes consistent with what the board decides in our policies.
So this change to this policy will impact the website. That's what I'm asking.
What exactly are you asking?
Yeah. What do you mean in terms of impact?
We had several groups who said right now we're listed as a board designated group on the AAPS website.
They would not be listed as designated groups on the AAPS website.
That's what I'm asking.
They may
if
be
this
listed.
Policy changed.
They may be listed. I would assume Superintendent Parks can give us what she thinks, but they may be listed as these are community groups that you can access on our website and refer them to their group. But they will not be listed as a designated or approved group because per policy, we would not have any designated or approved groups.
Can we add that language to this policy? These groups will also be, or
no?
We need to define community groups.
Well, that's why we wanted the new policy.
So
right now it is listed as it's a link that's titled Parent and Family Associations. It is not. They are not currently listed under any heading that says Board Designated Group.
Okay.
So they're just organizations or associations, and they are listed in that part of the web page, along with PTO Thrift Shop. So a list of parent and family associations and organizations.
So will the change to this policy change that web page or not?
That is not by us. I mean, that's not what's on the floor today. So, I mean, that's up to the superintendent and how she decides to operate the website.
I mean, that was one of the questions that was asked a number of times.
Yes.
Okay, we need to define community groups. If it's in this policy, what's a community group?
Could it be a made-up
community?
It's interesting you asked that because what was a designated group?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't even have a policy.
But yet,
We've never
you
had
want to
one.
keep designated, but we really don't know what that is. Interesting.
We don't
But
want to
even
keep
community
designated.
group, you can't.
So
But I
guess,
think it needs to be defined. Is it?
again, I think we could think about policy around that. We
Yeah,
could
that's
look
what
at
I
it in the
suggested.
governance committee.
But we're working
but
on
it's
this
also
policy.
Right.
correct, and I do believe that's also could be restrictive to our community as well.
Absolutely.
So the way this is written, it allows any group to kind of reach out and approach us and ask for time and presentation on the agenda.
So
And the more definition you put on community groups, the more you limit who can come and speak. And I thought the whole
that's a
goal
barrier.
was not to make a barrier and not to limit. So I guess I'm confused as what the situation is, what the
Yeah,
argument
I'm
is.
confused as well. Because if you want to define what a community group is, that seems to put more parameters and restrictions on what that group is. So I'm a little confused as well.
Sorry, I've been
Trustee
raising
Muhammad.
my hand. Okay, so no, that's what I was trying to figure out is the community group or board, we haven't even discussed if we're going to actually define it. Because now so it seems like you just want to open it up to whoever. It could be literally, a made up group, but you cannot refuse them because there's no vetting process, right? So they can come over and say, I want to speak. I am this community group. So that's the direction it seems like we're going, is that we want to open it up to everyone. So there's no definition of the community group or who this was defined, board designated groups. We had them, we approved them. So I just that's why I feel like we're kind of working backwards, but if it seems like we just want to open it at all to everyone.
So Trustee Muhammad, what exactly is the definition of a board designated group?
It's whoever was approved.
No, but give me the definition. That's not a definition.
So they're approved in the organizational meeting. And that's why, again, we were supposed to talk about this before all of this, but it seems like we just want to remove the designation because of information we got recently. And so now, before you joined the board, we were trying to figure, the governance committee was going to try to figure out policy around it or structure.
We reviewed those and we considered
Yes.
those options and we determined this was the best way forward.
Yes.
And that's why this policy is on the table today.
Yes. So then we're here. So I guess my question is, so it seems like we do not want to define community group or whoever, so it could be any.
Yes, Trustee Muhammad, for the last 3 weeks, you've been asking to have few barriers. So we have made a policy that has few barriers.
Yes.
Now, if you would like to have more barriers, then please offer some language and we can make some barriers here to define community groups.
Okay. First of all, what you created were still barriers.
What barrier?
So the barrier is that you're leaving it to people to decide rather than criteria.
It's always been up to people.
No, it's not.
It's in the agenda.
No,
They were
if you
already
know,
on the
they
agenda.
were already on the agenda. They
We
just
would
had
have to vote on those groups, so it was still decided by this
no.
board.
I'm talking about the current process with the current groups.
We vote to approve those groups.
Annually.
No. I'm saying is for them to talk. All they have to do is email you and Ms. Ozinski.
After this board
Yes.
votes to approve them.
Yes.
And now people are going to put them on the agenda. So
Yes.
it's still people.
So they're approved. They're already approved. But the process for them to speak was unrestricted because they're already approved. They're already vetted or whatever, however, it was approved by the board. So all they do is just email the president and Ms. Ozinski to be added to the agenda to speak. That's what I'm
So-
reading. There's
so
no,
that-
they just have to request.
Again, that is still consistent.
No,
With the updated policy, you can request time on the agenda. The executive committee will add that group to the agenda under the section of community groups, or they can reach out directly to the president to speak, just like they would have previously.
I guess I'm not, do you read, see it says, groups requesting speaking time on matters that fall within the purview of the district on an upcoming regular meeting, board agenda. I don't know, I'm not seeing, I'm trying to see the original agenda entitled as described, hold on, let me look at the old policy because it's confusing. Well, it's kind of confusing with all the colors. Let me pull up, because right now how it reads is groups, okay, here it is. Groups entitled to address the board as described by the bylaws, not specifically named above, shall be, okay, hold on, not this. Sorry, it seems like you all moved.
I don't think
What
anything is moved.
if I may, what I think you're saying
Oh,
is...
here it is, sorry. It says, okay, so it's the first sentence. Representatives from board-designated representative organizations such as the collective bargaining employee groups, district parent organizations, student orgs, and any other board-designated group shall make their statements to the board during a regular meeting as scheduled on the agenda and may participate in discussion when asked to do so by the so they can actually make a statement automatically. They don't have to request time. How I read it is they shall make their statement to the board during a regular meeting as scheduled. There is no ask. They're automatically on the agenda.
They always ask.
Yeah, of course, they tell you.
Yes.
They don't ask. Because I was president too, and they say we are going to speak.
Just like the Jewish group did today.
No, they had to ask because they're not board designated. No, that's it. No, I'm just telling you, and that's why I'm okay with approving the group. Like I want
That is
more
the difference,
groups.
though.
Help me understand. I guess I'm not understanding. So would you please, if you can?
It's pedantics, but you're saying there are fewer barriers.
Right.
She's saying there is a barrier.
Okay.
It used to be if Mr. Mendoza from APISA wanted to address the board tonight, he could just show up and address the board.
Yeah, there's
when Ms. Ozinski says, are there any other groups that, he raises his hand and goes. With this new policy, he needs permission. He can't just show up and speak.
Okay.
So there is an extra step.
There is a step.
I'm not.
I agree with you.
I'm
I
just
see
saying.
That. Yes, that is true.
Don't say that there isn't
That's
a barrier.
what she's saying.
Okay.
That's what she's saying.
So that's why the less steps, the less we have people involved. By setting criteria, I know City Council does this. They'll say, okay, if you spoke one time, you can't speak the second time. Like, set criteria rather than having people decide, because honestly, that's going to be putting us under liability. Because there's going to be groups that may be requested, to speak, and you kept delaying and delaying and delaying. They're going to be upset. So why instead of just having clear...
I'm comfortable with that one barrier that you have a problem with. So I guess I'll leave it there.
Okay, I'm not.
And I will add that I think the other barrier that you're not addressing in your commentary is that the groups would have to go through an approval process that only happened once a year.
Right.
Which is a barrier.
So now we have disparity between the groups that are quote unquote designated and the rest of the community groups that might want to come speak to us. And our policy should be inclusive of everyone and allow everyone the same process to approach us and
that way
connect
wasn't
with
ideal
us.
either.
No, but they've approved groups mid-year. APISA was approved in May, so there are exceptions.
So they waive
sometimes.
the policy.
If there's like an
policy,
urgent, yes.
It's
But I just wanted to say, historically, you're right. There should be more, but it's still a barrier. It's still a barrier.
Well, I'm comfortable with that level of barrier.
So there's still a motion on the table, correct?
No.
No, there's no motion. We're talking.
Are we voting?
No, we're going through the policy and making edits.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
suggestions.
So if we could zoom up. Okay, so what else we got here?
So just to walk us through the changes a little bit, we added inclusive language that you see here in yellow, talking about wanting to hear from our historically marginalized groups, expanding access. We want to have a dynamic discussion, hear challenges and opportunities within the district, and hear about the great work that our groups are doing. We've heard from our groups, the last couple meetings, and they are doing great things, and we want to hear more of that. So then the next section down here in green, we added in the board president can approve. So that way, again, if there's not an executive committee, or if the executive committee has already set the agenda and there's a request that comes between that agenda setting session and the actual regular meeting, we can approve last minute requests as well. And then again, at the bottom here, highlighted in yellow, it's reminding the public and the board that any one of us trustees can bring forth a group at the very last moment when we're looking at the agenda in an actual meeting as well.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkinson. Trustee Wilkins?
So is it reviewed by the board president and superintendent or the executive committee? So you have to have it reviewed by both of those people or the executive committee, or is it board president or superintendent or executive?
I would recommend or
committee,
so that it provides more different people to look at it instead of, I would say board president or superintendent or executive committee. And I think at one point I thought I saw something about I see the sitting board trustees.
Yes, Trustee Schmidt.
If I may, if we're in a situation, look, it all depends on who's our board president, and we may not agree with the board president. This could be very different in a year if somebody else is board president. This is really, the whole thing is dangerous, and I'll tell you why I think it's a whole dangerous concept. But I think that if we're pushed at the last minute, that I think if it's just the board president, that should be in tandem with the superintendent. The executive committee includes the president and the superintendent. So we could be either the executive committee or president and superintendent. And now I know this won't hold any water with a lot of people, but in finding out, what's happening around the state, the whole concept of designated groups and groups choosing and asking to speak at a board meeting outside of public commentary is very unusual. It's usually the board, in doing its business, reaches out to groups to say, would you come and report this? Because we're doing this, making this policy, or we're voting on this particular agenda item and we need your input. Would you come and do a presentation to fill us with information? So I question a lot of this because I think we should always be collaborating with groups. I think that the whole concept of coming to a board meeting, asking to come and speak, you can do it in public comment already. It just seems, I understand why it started. And I was talking to Trustee Basquette. I can imagine back in the 70s when the Black Parent Student Group, and I don't know if I have the name right, when they wanted to be heard as a designated group, I suspect the board was an all-white board, and it was a very different time. And I look at the diversity of this board, and I'm thinking, we're in a different place now. That all the groups we should be tapping, we should collaborating with, we should have partnerships with. And so I'm not sure that this is even a good idea at all. I'll go along with these changes because I can see this has sort of been locked in that people think, we should be able to come and present at your board meetings. But it just seems backwards to me. Having served on another school board, having looked into this statewide, it's a little unusual.
Well, Trustee, may I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, President Feaster. Trustee Schmidt, I completely agree with you. As a matter of fact, I believe that instead of waiting for groups to come to us, I envision us going to those groups, going out, maybe sitting in on some of their meetings, just trying to see what's happening out there. Maybe figuring out more ways to collaborate with some of these groups, with the groups, and actually reaching out to the groups and going to the groups as opposed to waiting for the groups to come to us. Again, I was the president of the district-wide Black Parent Student Support Group. I know it's a mouthful, but I would come to present at meetings, and there were some times when I just didn't have anything to report. And I still felt obligated to come, even though I didn't really have anything to report. So, but again, I believe that we should make an effort to reach out to the groups. So, thank you.
Any other changes?
No changes. I just wanted to, again, stress, not add any more language, the understanding that the agenda is set by the majority of the board at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes.
So
even if you don't like the executive committee or somebody on it,
We've proven it.
We approve the agenda at the beginning, right?
we have proven it.
And that's the way it works on a board. It's majority rules. That's just the rules of it.
Trustee Wilkins?
I like what Trustee Schmidt was saying, and I think it wouldn't hurt to add, I would like to add some language about that. If we could say, something about these groups, before groups requesting speaking time, we could say, the board could request for these groups to, or the board invites, I don't know, something, again, some kind of inclusive, we want to hear from you language.
How about the board always has at its disposal to reach out to community groups to, I don't know if you need to say it, it should just be built in. I think it's going to make it cumbersome.
And again, it's their, I'm sorry if I
Yes, please.
it's their group. They may not want you. Okay, let's just be very honest.
Okay.
Some of us have been quote unquote board liaisons and have been asked not to attend their meetings.
Right.
And we honored that.
Right.
So, I mean, again, it's supposed to be an inclusive, not pushing yourself in, because you may not be welcomed yet. And later on you may. But putting language here, it will do nothing.
Yes.
I tell you, there was one speaker, I can't remember which group it was, the LGBTQ, let me see.
Ann
the
Arbor
names of
Gender
it.
Sexual
Maybe
Alliance.
it was that group. But what she said really spoke to me. 'cause
Jenny Allen.
Yeah, and she said, I mean, I could come talk to you if you want, but we're doing the work. And she said,
Fully functioning without
if you need
us.
me to come, I mean, and to me, that's what this is. This is, we're not disbanding your group. You're going to be doing your work. This doesn't stop you from doing your good work. This isn't taking your voice away. It shouldn't make your group less credible. I mean, hopefully your group has something going on so that, you've created that yourself. It's not going to restrict access. I don't know this thing about protection. I'm like, if you were a school sanctioned group that we started, like the school district oversaw, and we had a faculty advisor and all that sort of thing, but we're not. These are private community groups.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yeah. So I'm still not going to support this because I do feel like there's going to be barriers.
Okay.
I wish there was criteria rather than people involved with this. I feel like this second paragraph that was added in yellow is really unnecessary because it's really, the way these groups already, we've heard from the groups from equity, the equity committee. They don't want to be crossed out. They still want a place on the agenda. They don't want to go through a process. And honestly, this messaging seems a little bit gaslighting, to be honest. So I would actually recommend removing it and just keeping it very straightforward because these groups already know that this is going to be a straightforward process and they're going to have to just stay in line.
But you're not going to support it anyway.
True.
So
but this is similar to what Trustee Wilkins was saying. About a historic nod to the marginalized groups.
Yeah,
and this is a nod to those groups.
I don't think it's necessary, to be honest.
Anyone else feel that should be removed?
It's just state the policy. I don't think you need to add any fluff to it.
Does anyone else think that paragraph should be removed? Okay, seeing none, let's move forward then. Are there any other? Thank you, Trustee Wilkins.
The line, I realize this is from the old policy, but it's confusing. Groups, it's not in any color. Groups requesting speaking time on matters that fall within the purview of the district on an upcoming regular meeting. I think should be groups requesting speaking time on an upcoming regular meeting on matters that fall within the purview of the district.
Does anybody else think that should be removed?
I'm sorry.
Not
I
removed,
think
just
it's just
switch.
Switch it around.
Move
She's
forward.
just rearranging some of the
Are
wording.
we saying they have to, the matters have to be about the district's upcoming regular meeting?
Oh,
No.
No, that's not.
so you're right. It makes more sense.
So we need to move,
So groups requesting speaking time on an upcoming regular meeting
yes,
on matters
on matters that fall within
purview.
the purview.
Does anybody else have a problem with that, Jay?
Can we just say at an upcoming?
Yeah. Speaking time at an upcoming. Instead of on, there you go.
Doing great, Amy. Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you, Amy.
No.
Sentence.
Maybe can request 8 to 10 minutes.
I wouldn't, we talked about this, I'm sorry.
Yes, Trustee Vasquez.
We talked about the time frame. Again, I've recommended we don't even put the time frame in there, but be guided by, in the policy, because there may be a time when a 15-minute presentation is better than an 8-minute presentation. But the point was, though, we didn't want them to think that they had, they could hijack the meeting.
Right.
There would be some guidelines, some guidance, if you will. Like, for example, have your PowerPoint presentation in this format, blah, 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 blah.
So are you suggesting there's a no more than 15 minutes, no more than 10 minutes? Are you saying a total of 45 minutes for groups?
I guess what I'm saying, I don't think we need to put the 8 to 10 minutes. But again, this was a compromise to you guys,
Right.
so, and I just wanted to explain that. But I think I don't know if that's addressing what was suggested earlier, so forgive me. I think what we're trying to say is that people would request time at the a future meeting, okay, on matters and what is the content. We've clearly said the purview of our district, because, we can't change the world, but we can do maybe this piece. And the fact that it's going to be reviewed by.
Is this language acceptable?
I'm not sure I agree with eliminating the time limit. I mean, so can groups just come and speak for an hour if they want?
No, that's what I'm saying. We give them a guidance on the time frame. And there may be, I don't know. I mean, say we have a speaker who wants to go through all the legislation that's happening. Sometimes it could take an hour, right?
Could we vote to give people extra time when they're on the agenda?
Well, we should prepare them.
So I guess the question is, do you want to put a no more than time on it?
I guess, well, we could say time, which could be, I mean, I understand your point. You guys want to put a small time frame. I'm just saying, I think it's limiting and not necessary, but whatever your compromise is, I can live with.
Ideally not to exceed.
Suggested up to 10 minutes. I think between 8 and 10 is weird. Like
Suggested up to 10 minutes.
It has to be
What about
8.
5? Yeah, I get your point.
Or not to exceed.
I think the other thing we were thinking about in the governance committee is also not allowing people, or making sure that community groups didn't feel like we were going to restrict them to like 2 or 3 minutes, right? We still actually had a
Like
chunk
public
of time
commentary.
They can prepare.
that was more significant.
Yeah, I
Oh
like
my
that
gosh.
you've got.
My crown just told.
I mean, I think
Like
you
the
say
8 to
don't
10?
not to exceed 10 or 8 to 10. It gives people an idea that, like you said, it's not just a.
So are we saying?
How about adequate time regarding
May
the
request, speaking
adequate time
time.
regarding the subject?
Hold on, trustees.
How about limited time? I like the recommendation of up to 15 minutes. And then
Okay.
if we decide,
live with that.
we can vote on giving that particular group even more time if so
Up to.
needed, correct?
And again, in the request, as they consult with the executive committee or the president or whoever, part of the conversation is, what would you like to speak about? Is 15 minutes enough time? If they think they need more time, that person, the trustee, the executive committee, can say it right then. They're requesting 20 minutes. Can we live with that? Again, the point is flexibility without being constrictive. No, there's no time limit.
No, they don't have a time limit.
So,
We haven't had this problem.
so I would leave it at 10 minutes, personally.
I'll concede.
Okay, here's an idea. Don, may I? How about putting groups may request up to 15 minutes speaking time at an upcoming regular meeting?
I would say up to 10 minutes of speaking time.
Okay, but put it, if you could pop it in front of the speaking. Groups may request up to, you're saying 10 minutes?
Yes, and we can always motion to add more if need be.
Speaking time. Put the word of after minutes. Of speaking time at a upcoming regular meeting on matters that fall within the purview of the district. Period.
The request.
Yeah, the request will be reviewed
Consultation with.
in consultation with. So get rid of the board president right there, yeah?
Hold on, she's still trying to do the
I
request.
thought we were leaving the board president in there.
We are.
Consultation with, but when you put in reviewed. Yeah, I'd put the executive committee first. Yeah,
I would
the
too.
executive committee or board president in consultation with the superintendent.
Yep. Because again, the executive committee is the usual way,
Yeah.
but there may
Or
be exceptions.
Board president in consultation with the superintendent.
You should always consult the superintendent because there may be.
Because that kind of happens now.
It already
That's
does.
I mean, if there's things you have to add,
Well,
like
like you said,
Superintendent
they're the
Parks would
same
say, oh, we
people.
need to add this, and you're like, you two figure it out, you know? You don't have another exec meeting.
Ms. Osinski, I think we can get rid of that in the bracket as well. We just wanted to make sure that was brought up for board discussion.
Okay, so
Just clarifying whether it was the executive committee or just the president. Or
you're doing a really great job. Being on TV and editing is not an easy thing.
So let's read this again.
Yes.
Okay, yep. Get rid of that. Okay, so let's see.
Just says yeah,
Speaking
not then.
An upcoming regular meeting on matters.
Not that it may matter, but if it matters to you, may
I
want.
think we need a period after district,
Yeah.
second line.
Yes,
And you can get rid of board entitled.
and add what you said, and the request will be reviewed.
The request, yeah.
Or I still would say in the usual manner, but I'm outvoted.
I like that, though.
Well, I got outvoted, so.
What do you guys think about that? Viewed in the usual manner by the executive committee. Yeah.
Because the
Such
point is
request will be
consistency and usual.
It already says it will be reviewed by executive committee. That's just extra words. Doesn't mean nothing.
But they're important words.
It just convolutes the sentence. It's the same process.
But
Yes.
people don't know that.
I don't see how it helps them to know that.
Well, it's not helping them so much as helping us, if you know what I'm saying. Read between the lines, attorney. I wish.
As soon as she finishes typing, we'll come to Trustee Wilkins.
Press without the color.
Board and title can be deleted, right?
Oh, I like that, such request.
Of course, we thought it. Actually. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're there. Trustee Wilkins, did you have more?
Yep. Sorry. I wordsmith all day. That's what I do. The last, again, this is existing policy, but that last paragraph, participation by board-created auxiliary committees. One thing that was brought up at the presentation from the Arab American Advisory Group is they are actually a board-created auxiliary committee.
I think they said that
Auxiliary committees only have 1 year of service.
I was about to say they're
Yeah, they said Trustee Nelson encouraged them. I don't think they said the board requested.
I think they have proof. There was an agreement, but I don't know.
So
I
how
have
is
not
that
seen
relevant?
it.
They're under
don't
the
know.
impression that they're a board-created auxiliary committee.
What exactly is a board created?
So why don't we just remove this? If you're going to remove all the other groups, you should remove this too, in the interest of. If we don't have,
I don't know.
do we
I
have any
think-
board-created auxiliary?
There is, and there's
Do we need
task
that
force.
language in case we do have them?
Yeah, do we sometimes have
The
board-
bond committee is an auxiliary committee.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know, maybe.
So
they have
that
to
is for
clarify
other
that.
entities that we don't currently, well, I guess we have the bond committee, but other entities that we may create, that is for that particular entity, not for any group that we are changing the designation of tonight, potentially. Does anybody else think that that sentence should be removed? Okay, so let's,
Will it gain, let me ask, will it gain support of the trustee who's making the recommendation to delete it?
Nope.
Then leave
Okay.
it.
all right. Anything else? Anything else, trustees?
So is the equity committee considered a board created auxiliary committee?
No, that's a task force.
The standing committee.
Okay.
So the board has an equity and inclusion committee, which is not auxiliary, it's just a standing committee of the board.
Okay.
And then,
The bond committee was created from the finance committee as an auxiliary
As
to
an
the finance committee.
then the other equity committee, I think that's being referred to, was two
The
meetings
advisory
that
group.
the former superintendent had under
Yeah.
umbrella of what was called an equity committee. So there are two different
Okay.
things.
Okay, thank you.
Any other potential changes, trustees? Seeing none, I'll motion that we accept the policy.
Okay,
It's
let
under
me
board
just check
action.
something here on parliamentary, whatever.
Okay.
So I think, and you're in second briefing, do we move it to a board action and then we do it, or do we do
I
it
think
right
it
there?
already
Okay,
is.
then I-
Isn't it? It's already in
It's
there.
already under board action.
It is.
It wasn't before, but now it is.
It is.
All right.
Oh,
Then we'll address it under board action. Anything else,
I just
trustees?
wanted
Thank you for the good work.
All right. If we can move down now to letter F. Not F. This is new letter F, right?
Yes.
Which is the policy 1310 public commentary. We've also done some work on this one. Trustee Wilkerson, I'll give him a nod as to some of the work that he put into this policy as well. I don't know if you want to have Ms. Ozinski put it up, and then we can run through it.
Yeah, that would be great. I did recommend one additional change just around, keeping a form of electronic feedback from our community. So similar to what we've historically received, people can kind of submit requests or submit feedback that will be distributed to trustees and then attached within board docs. So, Ms. Osinski, that was the purple highlighting, the edits that.
Yeah.
So we had put a placeholder in here, the teal text, that, we would offer some sort of written feedback form option, but we didn't have time to kind of fully develop that, so I added this paragraph as a recommendation tonight.
Thank you for doing that, Trustee Wilkerson. So what I think Trustee Wilkerson is saying is that the new policy that we are proposing essentially removes write-in public commentary from regular board meetings. It still allows people who have ADA needs to reach out to staff to get an appropriate accommodation. And what Trustee Wilkerson and what we discussed in the governing committee meeting is that there are people who have made it loud and clear that they still want to have write-in public commentary. Although we are limiting the public portion of it, we are still, under this suggestion, allowing write-in commentary that is available to trustees and that would be published in board docs, but would not be read in meetings. And so that was the compromise that we discussed to try to allow people to still have that access, but not have that be read during public commentary.
So is that why it's being labeled feedback versus public commentary?
Yes.
Okay.
If we do something like this, it has to be done in an automated way.
What do you mean?
So that staff is not responsible for collating and doing everything that they do, because there's work not getting done because of this. And so however this works, this has to be in an automated way that if you put in your thing into that system, that's it. It goes into the system as you write it. Nobody's, Now, the thing is, though, we know that as long as somebody can, from wherever, because people doing write-in public comment have written from all other places you can imagine. There might be profanity, there might be, so there still is staff time involved. I would say we have email. This is email. The only difference is they want their comments to go on our board docs. That's really what the difference is, because they can send us emails before the meeting if they just really are trying to talk to the board to have an impact on our vote or something.
If I may.
Trustee Basket.
So I just want to be very clear, because public commentary is public.
Mm-hmm.
It is a part of our document. As you mentioned, Trustee, it would go with board docs. We have received some public commentary who say, I want you to know this, but please don't read it. Please don't use my name.
Mm-hmm.
That's not allowed.
No.
That is not allowed.
No.
And we have been generous in honoring that, if you will, but we have to be consistent.
Right.
If you, again, are going to, and I want to clarify too, it's not up to us to verify anybody's, ADA compliance issues. They make the request. We will do what we can to honor it, but no, we're not going to ask for medical records. But that's on the person who's requesting the accommodation. So again, we're trying to be consistent. We're trying to be clear. And I just want to put that out there so people understand what we're talking about. The feedback's for anybody.
That's for anybody. Trustee Muhammad?
So I appreciate Trustee Wilkerson by putting this piece together. It seems like this is more of just again, they want it to be public. They want their written comments to be public commentary. So why not just accept written comments and just make them public comment? We don't have to read them, just publish them as public commentary. I guess I'm trying to see the difference between that and...
I think based on the Open Meetings Act and public commentary requirements, we can't treat those differently and not read them, right? So that's why we have to keep it consistent and give every speaker or that actually shows up, still only get those 19 seconds. So this is kind of a completely separate process, but achieves the goal of having an avenue for written-in comments.
And being part of the public record.
Correct, that we put on board docs, so
See,
it's visible and...
That wasn't clear the first time we debriefed.
This was added.
New
We have
information.
discussed this before.
Yeah, well, this was added since the first time.
This is new tonight.
This was not part of the first.
That's why I did not realize that because there was a lot of feedback about, well, why don't you just accept written public commentary?
This was
But
added
this is
in
the first
response
time I'm
to
hearing
those requests.
that we can't do that. So I just wanted to make sure. Okay. And then the limiting the time, because can we actually limit the time? Because I've been hearing from people, can we actually limit the time to 45 minutes? I just wanted to make sure, because those are some questions that have come up. is that
Legal
can we
counsel
limit
here.
the time?
Yeah. Anything else? Trustee Wilkins?
I want to ask on record again, why exactly we're doing this? Is it to save time during the meeting?
It is to give people time to speak so they can get a coherent thought out in more than 13 seconds.
Okay.
By my calculations, over the last year and a half I've been on this board, 80% of our public commentary is write-in.
Okay.
And many of them are forms and repetitive. And we are not legally allowed to just read it one time and strike out all the duplicates. So it takes up the vast majority of the 45 minutes for public commentary. Adopting this proposal will allow those who appear to be able to have much more time. Today they had 2 minutes and 13 seconds, which was, I think, a record since I've been on this board. So I would like to give people who actually show up the opportunity to get out a coherent thought and not just do 13 seconds per person. We still get the information. It's still available to the public. I think this is a great compromise where everyone can get most of what they want.
Great. I wanted that on record because we got comments about we're trying to shorten our meetings. Here we are at almost midnight. That's not, this isn't going to save us time. That's not why we're doing this. To that, but also, I haven't heard from anyone that they favor this method. I haven't heard from anyone who's said, oh, good, now I can, I'm so glad you're doing this because now people who are in person will get longer. Everything has been, no, I want to hear my comment read during the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just selfish. I'm just saying.
I agree with you on that.
We haven't heard any, so if we're assuming what people want, and then we're not hearing that that's what they want.
I think I said they can get out a coherent subject so we can understand what they're saying, not because that's what they want. So having someone come up and talk for 13 seconds, I'm not able to take away what their point is.
I see.
And so for it to have any meaning, it needs to be a reasonable amount of time. And so I don't think it's in the interest of giving the people what they want. It is in the interest of us being able to understand their points and to be able to address their issues by having coherent thoughts be offered to the board. And that's difficult in 13 seconds.
Okay.
Trustee Schmidt?
I don't think there's anything wrong with us trying to have a more efficient meeting and to do our decision making at a normal hour, to have people that come and present to us, our vendors, our staff. So if somebody wants to call us on that and say, oh, you're just trying to shorten your meetings, we're making more efficient meetings while still hearing the voices that want to speak. And I think this is a great way to do it.
Well, but
I mean, if
this
they want to
isn't
just
gonna-
tag us with, oh, short meetings, I'm thinking running an efficient board makes you productive and makes you get the work done.
I agree. And also, this isn't being done to save us time. I just want to be clear that that's not the intention of.
I hope I made that point clear on the record for everyone watching. That is not the goal.
And I would just like to add, we didn't reduce the time of public commentary or anything.
Yep.
True either.
Right.
One other comment, Ms. Osinski, if we could just add the at the very top of the policy, I recommended updating the title. Oh, you got it up there.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
All right. Any other, Trustee Muhammad?
So I just wanted to make a quick, so things that have been come up, and I don't know if it belongs in the policy or it's part of the process or guidelines, is that the links for public commentary being published so late, so people can't, like for yesterday, for this meeting today, the link wasn't published until I don't know what time.
Isn't it a
yesterday.
standing link that doesn't go?
No, so there's specific, so it's causing a lot of, so that's why I think it's
The form, are you talking about the form?
the form and the link
Because
for
I have to recreate a form every single time, and I'm only putting one up. I do agree that it was late this last time, just because
So
of
can
what I was doing.
Yeah, I know you're
But,
trying. I know you're trying.
I'm doing the best I can.
But we have to figure something out so that these links
To your
are
point,
available
we've gotta-
at least a week before the meeting so that people can, decide, like
We
not,
can't guarantee that.
No.
well, it's limiting, that's
And
what's
it's
limiting
especially
public
if
commentary.
we have to also then figure out what meetings people
Right.
intend to sign up for, because there were many comments that we tried to read at the meeting that they signed up for, and we had people complaining that that's not the meeting they signed up for, when it was the meeting that they signed up for. So we tried to limit the number of forms that were available, and this is what happened.
Okay, can I complete?
On the same day.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
I
we'll-
understand, but I'm
we-
saying
we-
is, can we have can we create be proactive and create these forms ahead of time?
We will take that back as
That's
an
what I'm
internal
s-
team and
Yeah, because it
discuss
is causing a lot. I understand that there was a lot of, especially when there was 3 meetings a day. I'm just asking.
Change the process.
Yeah, so we will
Yeah.
discuss it.
Yeah, I think the staff will do the
That's
best they
just
can.
feedback from the community.
Yeah,
So-
yes. Did you have something, Trustee Wilkerson?
I was just going to briefly touch on that. The way the policy is written now, it's just submissions go through at 4 hours
Yeah.
before the meeting. They collect the submissions and publish them. And then any submissions after that 4 p.m. until the next meeting at 4 hours before would then get copied and placed on a different distribution. So we should be able to leverage the same survey and just pull the results from the time frame that we're
And,
looking at.
and if it's an in-person meeting,
Yeah,
though,
we'll discuss all that.
Yeah, I'm just providing feedback because it is hard. The turnaround time.
Thank you.
It's not relevant.
Trustee Schmidt,
It
I
is
move to
relevant.
extend the meeting until 12:30.
it's been moved to extend the
Support.
meeting. Supported by Trustee Basquet. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Ozinski, it's been moved to extend the meeting to 12:30 by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Basquet. We're ready whenever you are.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes,
Yes.
Trustee Basquet,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Are there any other changes or thoughts about this policy, trustees?
Well, I would just say that I would like to see folks who actually come to the meetings have more time because they're talking to us in terms of helping inform our decision making when it comes to items that are on the agenda and when it comes to voting. And again, just hearing 13 seconds just doesn't cut it. So I would love to, tonight, we heard, like you said, 2 minutes. Some folks actually had more time than they knew what to do. They had more than they could handle.
Right.
So, which is a great thing.
Yes.
So I would love to be able to see more folks coming in, having 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, maybe up to 10 minutes or whatever time you said. 4, I'm sorry. But yeah, that would be so refreshing, and we can actually hear a full thought, a full commentary that helps us with our decision making at this table.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkes. Trustee Wilkins?
Was there any discussion or research into phone-in commentary or voice memo or anything like that that would make it more accessible? I agree that it is great to hear from people that can get here, but we've gotten a lot of comments about how hard it is for most of our constituents to actually get here to a meeting.
We did discuss that, and we elected not to go in that direction. It will put a large burden on staff to try to have to figure that out and get that collated and put together to be presented. Right. And then how do you edit
The bombs.
comments that are inappropriate, and you have to put a buzzer on people if they say the wrong thing? It would be a lot of work.
So for those who seem a little puzzled, and I referred to the bombs, in the early days when meetings went electronically and the phone option was being exercised by various organizations, you had people from whoever come in and they would say some inappropriate language, for example, or some inappropriate things that we don't have ability to control. I mean, God forbid we would get someone who, again, we're supposed to be a family-friendly organization and meeting. So it just helps with that, managing that.
Seeing no other thoughts, is there a motion?
It's
So
in
we're
board
going to
action.
move it to action.
Board action.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're
So
right.
moved.
All right.
Look, for the record, can I just add one more thing?
Yes.
I know that city council allows for folks to call in like via Zoom or something. And so was that something that was considered? I just want to cover all options.
That's what we just talked about.
Well, he just
Yes.
said to call in,
Well,
voice
both.
memo.
We considered the voice memo, call in, and Zoom.
Okay, all three.
All three.
Okay, got it.
And we discussed them all and decided that this was the best way to go.
Okay.
Obviously, we're open to discuss it further if trustees have other thoughts, but that's what the governance committee decided.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Trustee Muhammad.
So I would support other alternatives because, like I said, I think I said it before, in person, it does limit a certain, you'd have some privilege to be able to get here. So I wish that there was more discussion about phone in or Zoom or some other method for people to be able to participate and not be in person.
That's why we're adding the feedback section.
Yeah, but some people just don't want to, they want to actually say, speak to the board, but that's fine.
Right. Anything else, trustees? Okay, that brings us down to number 9, the consent agenda. Would anyone, you have to read it, Ms. Hilton.
Yep. You ready?
Yes, please.
Annex AN-2201, Clegg Middle School doors and window replacement. Annex AN-2198, Clegg Scarlett Forsyth Ann Arbor Open Community in Pittsfield, loading dock and paving improvements. Annex AN-2196, Scarlett and Community Flooring and Painting Trades Contracts, Part 2. Annex AN-2199, New Thurston Elementary School Trade Contract Recommendations, Part 1. Policy, I'm sorry, looking at the right thing here. Approve the minutes of the March 19th, 2025 regular meeting and approve minutes of the March 19th, 2025 closed session.
Thank you.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Schmidt.
Second.
Supported by trustee Wilkerson.
Oops, sorry, 1 second.
Schmidt, Wilkerson.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Lozinski.
Okay. Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquette?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion carries.
That brings us to board action. Take these one at a time, or do you read them, Ms.
We
Lozinski?
better do them.
No, you have to motion and second.
You just, yeah, first and
Okay.
second.
So we have A, adopt revised policy 1300, public participation.
So move.
Second.
Moved by trustee Wilkes, supported by trustee Schmidt. Any additional discussion? Okay. Seeing none, Ms. Lozinski, please.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
No.
Trustee Wilkins?
No.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquette?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Brings us down to B, adopt new policy 1310, public commentary.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Schmidt,
Second.
supported by trustee Wilkes. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Wilkins.
I'm just want to say I'm not going to support this because I still think, in light of everything we've discussed, the public still wants to be heard. They want their commentary to be public during the meeting. And this seems like the easiest way to do it, the way we're currently doing it, if we don't want to involve a lot more staff time and administrative time. So that's why I'm not supporting it.
Anything else? Seeing none, Ms. Lozinski, please.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
No.
Trustee Wilkins?
No.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquette?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And I believe that brings us down to number 11, item for agenda planning. Trustees, are there any item for agenda planning? Trustee Muhammad.
So some of the comments we've gotten before is that I would like to actually look at recording our committee meetings. So I want us to discuss that.
Thank you, Trustee Muhammad. Anything else? Okay, seeing nothing else. That brings us to number 12, items from the board. Do trustees have anything they would like to share? Seeing nothing. That brings us down to number 13, motion to adjourn the meeting. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting by voice vote?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee
Second.
Basket, supported by Trustee Schmidt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any adjourned, say nay. Meeting is adjourned at 12:03 a.m.